Ham,
Here.
Councilmember James,
Here.
Councilmember Ward, Councilmember Ward, are you on? Can you tell Brian?
I can see that she is connected. It appears her device is muted.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson? Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, is your device muted?
This is Councilmember Ward. I'm here.
Okay, good. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson? I can't hear you. I'm wondering if you're on mute.
City Clerk, are you there?
I am. Can you not hear me? Hello? Brian, I don't think she can hear me.
That appears to be
Clerk?
correct. Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, can you hear us?
It's like we have some technical difficulties at the moment.
That
City
sounds like
Attorney,
Laura.
is your mic working okay? Your audio?
Can you hear me all right?
I can hear the Mayor Pro Tem and the City
Can you
Attorney.
hear me?
You're muted as well.
Can you hear me, Laura? You're not hearing
I
me.
can hear you. Laura, I think you need to turn the volume up on your device, because I can hear you, I can hear Scott, I can hear Gene.
City Clerk, is everyone here?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Everyone is present.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Well, all right. Do we have any public comments before we have the City Attorney make any comments or adjourn to closed session? Are there any comments from the public?
I don't have any unless Laura, the Deputy City Clerk, has received a last minute.
Okay.
She's not, so no, we
Okay.
don't.
City Attorney, do you have any announcements to make?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. There are two items tonight under initiation of litigation. The potential defendants know who they are and know the circumstances that we're talking about. Involve the possible acquisition of the San Clemente Hospital site by eminent domain and the possible new action against TCA is described in item 9D. There are confidential and attorney-client ramifications of those decisions that we'll be discussing in closed session tonight. Those are the only disclosures that we need to make with regard to tonight's closed session agenda.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. Any other comments before we adjourn from council? Hearing none, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn to closed session.
Thank you, Councilmember James. Thank you, Councilmember Ham. We'll take a roll call. Councilwoman Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
And Ferguson is an aye, so we are adjourned, unanimous 4-0. Thank you. don't see, I'm just doing
Yes.
that, sorry, I'm going out of order because I don't see Council Members Ham and Council Member Ward's names, so I don't want to start with the call to order until we know they're here. Let's give them maybe a couple more minutes to come on the Zoom line.
Okay.
So we have a quorum to start the meeting. A couple more phone numbers I see that joined us. I just can't see the names. Oh, there we go. All right, City Clerk, would you like to do the roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Ham,
Here.
Councilmember James, Councilmember James, are you on mute?
I am. Sorry about that. Here. Sorry.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
All right, thank you, City Clerk. Next we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember James, would you like to lead us?
Certainly.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember James. I appreciate it. And before we start tonight's business meeting, I wanted to announce that we received a letter this week, or last week, from attorneys for our former city manager, James Makshinoff, claiming breach of contract and unlawful termination and retaliation.
Stop right now.
We can't be talking about this.
I'm making an announcement that we got a threat of a lawsuit. Okay. Would you like to make a point before I continue?
So I think we should just take a vote of the council. I make a motion that this not be announced. Do I have a second?
Second.
Well, Mr. City Attorney, perhaps you can tell me. I know in the past when we had a lawsuit by a former employee, Margaret Hamer, for ageism, you did announce it, even though it wasn't agendized, just an announcement so our public gets to know what's going on in the spirit of transparency, in that we have here a threat of a lawsuit from a former employee.
I don't remember anything about that. I do know that this type of matter is handled by your insurance defense, and they ask that we not discuss them publicly. So I would strongly recommend that we heed that advice, but it's up to you in the end.
Thank you, City Attorney. I appreciate that, and I do respect the opinions that you and the CJPIA attorney had provided us with. But as I confirmed with you, their letter and the information I just had stated is public information, open for disclosure. So I'm sharing that because, as you know, I'm committed to the highest standards of transparency, and I think it's important that our community know, considering he had worked here for over 5 years. So thank you very much. But I will move on to the next item. I wanted to announce first that Councilmember James did make a suggestion, thank you very much, to move up item 9D, to merge it with the toll road update under special presentations. And item 9D in your agenda and online for those of you at home is the initiation of action to protest and impound Transportation Corridor Agency's development impact fees, also known as DIFs, that were discussed at the last meeting. And we have an agenda item that will be rolled into this one. So who would like to start out with the toll road update tonight?
I'll let Councilmember Gene James, I know he had some stuff that he wanted to share with the council as well. So Councilmember James, if you would, please.
Thank you. City Clerk, do you have the 8 or 9 slides that I provided this evening? So this is, there's a couple of things, boy, we're out of order. This is not the order I had them in. So there we go. We can start from there. Next slide, please. These are comments made by the grand jury. The grand jury consists of, I don't know how many people, 15 or 20 people from Orange County who were randomly selected. They had no axe to grind with the TCA. They have no affinity for San Clemente. There may have been someone from San Clemente there, we don't know, but certainly not 15 or 20 of them. So among the comments made was, as originally legislated, the JPAs were to build the roads, pay off the incurred debt, and go out of business. That's on page 1. Next slide, please. Uncertain or limited oversight is suspected. Important issues have their first reading in one of the 8 Board of Director committee meetings. What's important to note here is Councilmember Ward and myself are excluded from committees because we are litigating against the TCA. Next slide, please. It is readily apparent that while complying with the state statutes, the JPAs have gone in self-perpetuation mode at a cost to the residents. That would be us. Next slide, please. OCTA is a senior planning authority, yet there is no OCA coordination or input with the TCA. Next slide, please. Much of the actual work and many of the decisions are made at committee level. Going back to Councilmember Ward and myself, we're excluded from committees. The TCA has gone beyond the original scope. Mission creep. The TCA has essentially completed its original mandate. Next slide. Next slide. The grand jury did not find anything the TCA does that is unique and cannot be accomplished by OCTA and Caltrans other than paying off its debt. Next slide. This is a very disconcerting one. The grand jury knows of one case where a TCA Board of Director member acted favorably on a TCA contract with a firm where he or she had a personal or political interest. Next slide. For those of us who know history and know about New York City, the grand jury referred to the TCA as, it's almost a Tammany Hall fashion. Elected officials who oppose the TCA would face substantial opposition. Those are just a few of the quotes from the grand jury. And one of the things that I would, really like to look at is I would like to propose a motion, and going back to that slide number 10 in regards to the grand jury, I would propose a motion to have staff draft and send a letter to DA Spitzer requesting an investigation into the matter regarding the TCA director improperly influencing the award of a contract with a vendor in which he or he had a previous personal and political relationship with. I would also like to say include in that motion, absent a reply from DA Spitzer in 2 weeks, we send a similar letter to the U.S. Attorney of the Central District of California. And that's my motion. Can I have a second on that?
So before I second that, can I just ask our city attorney, this is an action that we still need to take?
Yeah, I think to make the specific referral that Councilmember James refers to, yes, it is.
Okay, so I would second it. It also is in line with, I asked at the end of a TCA meeting about 2 months ago when I asked under director comment that TCA consider hiring an investigator for that one complaint of a contract. So I would second that. I think it's in line with what we've asked TCA to do.
Okay, thank you, Council Members James and Ward. I have a question for you, City Attorney. Is the District Attorney's Office the proper venue for a conflict of interest complaint?
It depends on what the allegation is, and I would suggest consider a friendly amendment that because one or the other would consider that.
Okay.
So my motion is amended to include a letter to the State Attorney General's office.
Thank you.
Then I'll second that friendly amendment.
Okay, very good. Let's go ahead and take a vote. We have a motion by Councilmember James, second by Councilwoman Ward. Councilmember Ham?
I'm an aye, and I just want to say, Gene, thanks for good work.
Very good. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's an aye, so that passes 4-0, unanimous. Thank you for that
So
item.
I have a question of procedure. Did we formally move 9D to this, or are we just going to talk about the points that Gene was making?
We were just talking about the points that Gene was making in his slideshow.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the clarification.
And I have one clarification. We will all sign that letter.
That's wonderful. Okay, so do we have a staff report on this, Mr. Sund, for this initiation of action of protest?
So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. City Council members, this is an item that we're bringing back based on council direction at the last council meeting. I think Scott Smith, our city attorney, is probably a little bit better versed to go over the ins and outs of this agenda report as it relates to the developer impact fees.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. It's Scott Smith, the city attorney. This is an item that the council asked be brought back at its last meeting, and so you did discuss it at some length there under the item at hand, and you wanted it agendized to have a more thorough discussion and some recommendations from staff about how to bring it to effect. The narrow issue was to investigate ways that the city could refrain from collecting development impact fees that it's challenging in the lawsuit brought against TCA. In a nutshell, and I'll try to make this quick and just see if you have questions, the transportation corridor agencies were formed in the mid-1980s with two principal tasks at hand. It was to build two toll road corridors, two freeways, the San Joaquin corridor and the Foothill Eastern corridor. The latter is the corridor that's been of most concern to San Clemente because beginning in the year 2016, for better or for worse, TCA decided to eliminate from its work plan the extension of what was called then the Green Alignment, the extension of SR 241 from San Clemente to the San Clemente line. More recently, the remainder of that corridor, luckily, was also eliminated from consideration. And once TCA was charged with building those freeway projects, it was allowed to levy under the legislative authority of its members development impact fees that were charged on according to a benefit assessment on residential and commercial construction in each member agency's jurisdiction. At the outset, the fee that was charged to San Clemente was built on the assumptions that the green alignment, or access to SR 91 in the north and the Interstate 5 in the south, would be available to the citizens of San Clemente and to developers there. But now that that major component of the infrastructure has been canceled by TCA, formally interrupted with its actions in 2016, San Clemente, in litigation and through petitions through your delegates to the TCAs, have asked the TCA recalibrate the development impact fees charged in San Clemente. In other words, with the elimination of the major benefit to the city, how can TCA continue to charge the original fees that corresponded to those major capital projects? So as I said, litigation has been brought to challenge those fees. Your delegates to the agency have asked TCA to reevaluate and reestablish the nexus to those fees if it continues to charge them. But as yet, all that effort has gone unheeded, and TCA has refused to respond in any way to that request. So the council asked that we bring back this action. The city frequently receives protests and objections to fees that it's charging to pass on to TCA. And so how to undo that obligation and then to provide that relief to residential and commercial developers in town was the quest that we were sent on. What we've brought to you is 4 action items. We recommend that they be authorized tonight. They'll be brought to effect as the council finds that it's able to do that from a budgetary standpoint. But first and foremost is to notify TCA of its breach of the JPA agreement, whereunder it committed to build infrastructure that gave rise to the benefit assessments that we continue to pay without the infrastructure. The second item is to engage a professional consultant to conduct a nexus study for the city. As I said at this last meeting, TCA refused to even consider reevaluating that. And so running a calculation of what fair share reduction in San Clemente's diffs correspond to the reduction in project infrastructure seems in order. That's recommendation number 2. And number 3 would follow on that. It's to initiate an amendment to San Clemente's TCA Development Impact Fee Ordinance. On your books is an ordinance that requires collection of the original fee. And so once we get that nexus opinion back from an expert, we would like authorization to prepare for council consideration an amendment / reduction to your development impact fees for toll road infrastructure. Then following that, we would return to council to seek a judicial decree finding that there is a breach and authorizing the city to escrow those fees until ultimately this dispute and this discrepancy is worked out. And last but not least, we've prepared what's attached, an information sheet to give to San Clemente permit applicants so that they're assured that the city is not at peace with its continued collection of these fees, explaining the break in the nexus that I just explained to you, and then telling them that in very short order, if they're going to challenge those fees at TCA, what they have to do to pay them under protest and appeal them to the TCA board. Most of them think about asking us about that when it's too late to do that. So what we wanted to do is when we give them the receipt for paying those fees, answer that question in advance so that they don't end up calling and asking about it when it's too late for them to respond. So those are the recommended actions included on page 9D-3 of the agenda, and I'm available for any questions that you might have about them.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. Council members, do you have any questions before we turn it over to public comments?
No, let's hear public comments first.
All right. Council members, we'll go ahead and do that. City Clerk, will you please read the public comments tonight on this item 9D?
Yes, this comment is from Camille Wyatt, and she writes, I oppose this item 9D, initiation of action to protest and impound corridor agencies' development impact fees in its entirety because it does nothing to move the ball forward, nor does it facilitate the elimination of the TCA and any and all toll roads through San Clemente. What it does do is open up the city to further lawsuits of which we can ill afford. I urge all the council members to vote no on this item. If this is allowed to pass, it will surely be challenged in court and more legal fees will have to be paid by the hardworking citizens of San Clemente. We cannot, as a city, continue to be in constant, unnecessary litigation that is costing us all millions and millions of dollars a year that we simply no longer have. You council members were elected to be prudent stewards of our monies, and I suggest you start today. Thank you. Laura, do you have any more?
There are no further comments. Actually, just as I was saying no further comments, one just this moment came in from Brad Malamud. The concepts being discussed sounds good, but there are few, if any, additional fees that will be paid because they are only assessed on new construction. How many fees will be charged to San Clemente residents and businesses over the next 10 years? My guess is the amount is far less than will be spent by the city to try to prohibit these fees, which, by the way, were not paid by the city of San Clemente, but by the residents and businesses that create new construction. Well, I share the sentiment that the city and its residents and businesses have been taken advantage of by the TCA for years. I don't know that this is cost effective or would be successful. Again, that's from Brad Malamud, and that is all the comments I have.
Thank you very much, Deputy City Clerk. All right, so we'll go ahead. I'm hearing no further public comments. We'll go ahead and open it up to discussion. City Council, would anyone like to start the discussion?
So I'll start, Councilmember Ward. This is in keeping with the effort that San Clemente has taken to try to come to an understanding of what exactly we are all doing in this joint powers agreement with TCA. It's well known that we have had people protest paying this, and they felt like they had no way to get out of paying it because we are involved in this JPA. We are one of the initial 5 cities that joined this JPA way before many of the other cities, including Irvine and Mission Viejo, joined. And we were in it because a toll road came and went around our city. So we were an area of benefit of what TCA calls an A, which means we have been charging our residents more because we were going to have a direct benefit of a toll road that came right adjacent to our city. If cities are further away from the toll roads, but in an area of benefit, they were charged a B rate, which I believe is what we are charged for the 73. But all of these years, we've been charged as an A rate, and as Mr. Malamud even said in his public comment, that he believes that our residents and businesses have been taken advantage of all of these years as TCA has tried to look into an extension. I will tell the council that I saw an application to the Department of Transportation where TCA years ago was trying to get a TIFIA loan, and in their comments within the body of the report, it says that there is no, I'm trying to think of the exact language. There is no guarantee that the 241 South will ever be built. And that is news to most of us, and definitely maybe to other cities. Unless you saw that TIFIA loan application online, that's never been said at a board meeting since I've been on the board in 2014 on. late 2014. So I'm going to make a motion that we follow staff recommendation, and I will ask the city clerk, do these 5 things need to be read into the record?
I don't believe they have to be unless you just want to do it for the public.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, Councilmember Ward, we have to make sure everybody's, asked their questions or had some discussion on this first, too. Would you want to make your motion now beforehand?
I'll make the motion. We can certainly have discussion after that, but a motion will be on the table. I move that we approve staff recommendation number 1 to authorize the city attorney to send TCA a written notification of its breach of the JPA agreement. Number 2, authorize staff to solicit proposals from professional consultants to conduct a nexus study calculating a fair share reduction in San Clemente's development impact fees corresponding to the reduction in project infrastructure benefits to the city, and bring back a professional services agreement to council for consideration. Number 3, initiate an amendment to San Clemente's TCA development impact fee ordinance. Number 4, consider seeking a judicial decree finding TCA in breach of the JPA agreement and authorizing a reduction in San Clemente's TCA development impact fees. Seek an interim order for the city to escrow the excess until the court rules on the validity of the current fees. Number 5, provide San Clemente permittees information on how to protest TCA's imposition of development impact fees in the meantime. That's my motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. Do we have a second? Was that Councilmember James?
Second.
Okay, Councilmember James seconded it, so we'll go ahead and open for discussion. I have a couple of comments. I just was listening to Councilmember Ward regarding the Rate A and Rate B charges, and I got the list of about 5 years of fee collections for diffs from Mr. Sun, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Sun. But it shows we collect so much more under Rate B for San Joaquin Hills, which was interesting to me. For instance, the last 5 years, the city has collected 1.8, roughly a little over 1.8 million for the B rate, and less than 900,000 for 5 years for the A rate for Foothill Eastern. So I wonder what's going on there, because we should be collecting less fees, right, for the one that isn't affecting San Clemente in terms of remedying traffic relief. Could you explain, maybe, Councilmember Ward, have you seen these numbers?
I would ask that question of staff, not of a council member.
Okay, perfect. Councilmember Sun, perhaps you can answer that, or maybe want to get back to us on that.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, I would have to do some research and some due diligence with the TCA and the City Attorney's Office to be able to respond to that.
Okay, because that's very perplexing, isn't it, to see that, that we're paying so much more for the other, twice as much, in fact, in the collections. And of course, I'm always concerned about the legal fees we're paying, and as you know, under the government code, which you had included in this report, the 66484.3 does mandate, by state law that these fees are collected. Perhaps a better route would to see our lobbyist try to change the law. That might be a better use of funds for that. And another note, in the fiscal impact, we have none, and then except for these things, but we really do have costs, so none doesn't belong there. We actually have $25,000 for the Nexus study consultant, and then about $100,000 for BBK if this is pursued. So that's concerning to me. If those fees could be capped, it might be more palatable to me, but I don't know if we're willing to do that. Are you willing to do that? City Attorney, cap those fees at $100,000 if this is taken on?
I wouldn't be able to do that without talking to my partners about that. Again, we're not recommending that you authorize that now, because I agree you can't afford it in this year's budget. So our recommendation is that you consider it, but not that you authorize it.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. And I also wanted to note that the toll roads, you know, they're built in advance of the collection of these fees by issuing these toll revenue bonds, and now we're paying back these bonds, and we want TCA to pay down its debt. That's something that our whole community, those who have been on this subject, and me, I sat on the TCA board for a year, have been advocating for them to pay down their bond debt, right? But the diffs help them do that. So if we impound this and don't give it to them immediately when it should be, they don't have that money. So that's important to note. And then just the legal challenge I fear we're going to face if we bring this forward. And lastly, the city not having standing because we don't pay the fee. It's the residents, right, and the developers that pay the fees. We're just the pass-through to the TCA. So it just, you know, it's just very concerning. And I know, City Attorney, you said we wouldn't be incurring any funds in this fiscal year, but what would this be? Would this be tabled until the next fiscal year? Because, you know, our revenues, the end of July came in over 2 million more greater losses than was predicted, right, than staff, and we just don't have the money. So can you explain that, how we would?
Well, the action would be brought when the council thought that it had funds to do it, but not before that. And as I said a minute ago, in this fiscal year, we don't know how you would do it except to spend reserves. But you're right. Whether we bring the action or it's brought against us, it would be a cost, and that's why we didn't recommend that you bring that part of the action now. I did, if I could, Mayor Pro Tem, on the issue of standing, it's interesting to note that TCA already brought a challenge to the cities. Well, they tried to have our case dismissed on the basis of lack of standing because we're already challenging the validity of the diffs under Article 13 of the California Constitution. We've alleged in the city's lawsuit that Article 13, or excuse me, Prop 13 and Prop 218 are violated by the ongoing charges in the absence of a freeway to justify them. TCA tried to kick our case out based on standing, and the court concluded that the city did have standing because since we collect the fees, if we continue to collect them, we're potentially defendants in, as permittees might want to challenge them. So I didn't want to argue that point, but there's a different kind of standing. I think the point you were making that someone who actually pays these fees has as compared to ours, where we're just the middleman, but yet don't lack standing to challenge them. But a court case would be one brought by a payer of the fees. I don't have right now the schedule in front of me that you referred to, but if I remember right, San Joaquin fees are much higher than Foothill fees. Fewer people pay them because less territory and less developments affected by them. And so I think that B fees are so high under the San Joaquin schedule because A fees are so high. So in other words, all those fees are higher, and we're collecting more B fees there because B fees are more expensive than A fees in the Foothill corridor. I'm not sure I remember that, and as Eric said, we'll track that down. But from work previously on this, I remember that San Joaquin fees are just at a much higher stratosphere than Foothill fees because fewer people pay them.
Okay, thanks, City Attorney. What I'll do is just forward you the spreadsheets, the vendor master reports.
We'll look at that, yeah.
With you and Eric to look at that together on those. Thank you. I look forward to hearing that. Okay, wonderful. Is there any more comments or questions before we take a vote? Hearing none, let's go ahead and take a vote. We had a motion by Councilmember Ward and a second by Councilmember James. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's a no. That passes 3-1.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have a request, and that is item 11D, subparagraph 3. We might as well talk about that one while we're on the toll road update.
Let me take a look at that. Yep, the 11 or D3. Yes, we could talk about the Toll Road Subcommittee. Very good. If you'd all like to do that, let's go ahead and do it. Toll Road Subcommittee, and who's presenting that one? Let's go ahead and take this here.
Yes, I believe that would be me. Okay. Yes, council had requested at the last meeting that this be agendized. There was a toll road subcommittee previously, but it's no longer in existence. I believe it was Councilmember James who suggested that council consider reinstating the committee, possibly with Councilmember James and Councilmember Ward serving on the committee, since they're the city's representatives to the Foothill Eastern. So this has been agendized to allow you to make that determination.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. Do we have any discussion on this item or a motion?
I have a motion to approve the staff recommendation, determine whether to reinstate the toll road subcommittee and reinstate and appoint no more than 2 council representatives to serve on this on the subcommittee, and I would suggest that would be myself and Councilmember Ward.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember James. Councilmember Ward, are you interested in serving on the subcommittee?
I agree. That would make the most sense, so I'll second that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember James and a second by Councilmember Ward on the Toll Road Subcommittee, in which they will both serve. Let's go ahead and take a vote. Councilmember Han?
Aye.
Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's an aye. That passes unanimously. Okay.
Okay, so going back to special presentations, the next item on the agenda is the CityNet update and homeless issue.
Thank you, City Clerk Bade. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, before I turn it over to CityNet, there's Mr. Matt Bates. Thank you very much for joining us, Matt. I just wanted to convey to the council a couple of things as kind of an introduction for CityNet. And so we have received some calls or some inquiries as it relates to street exits and their placements and shelters and so forth. And one thing that I think we'll be seeing on our August reports moving forward is the monthly street exits and then the monthly shelter placements if those individuals get placed in a shelter. I think it's important to note, and we've been doing this, the city now, upwards of 3 years working on addressing homeless issues, that I can speak from firsthand experience that this is a marathon, not a sprint, in terms of being committed to working with the homeless. And many times, and I've seen this already, whether it was Mercy House or a CityNet, we'll take 3 steps forward and then, a step backwards at times. And I think the important point is having that consistent outreach so that when an individual does make a step back and they're ready to step forward again, there is a program or a service provider to help connect them to those services. And so I think it's really important because this is a long-term commitment, and in some cases it will take upwards of a year for a homeless individual to finally come to terms with wanting to get off the streets and seek independence via a job, via rapid rehousing or permanent supportive housing thereafter. And so I think that's important to note for the council. But with that, I'll give it to Matt Bates, who can give an overview of our report and answer any questions the City Council may have. Thank you. Matt, please.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to present this report. I actually did want to start with the report because the last time we spoke, the council had some specific requests about the kinds of data that you all would like to see on our reports. And I want you to know that we've been working with city staff to provide that data. So in the July reports that translated into 2 separate reports that the city staff was comfortable captured all the things that you were looking for. And then moving forward in August, we'll consolidate all of that into one unified report so that you'll have a clear window on not only the work that we're doing, but the outcomes that we're achieving, challenges we're facing, opportunities that we're seeing, et cetera. So just wanted to provide an update on that because you'd asked specifically about that. One of the things that I wanted to highlight from our recent work that's reflected in the report is the placements into what's called Project Room Key. In part because we've received some questions about this. Project Room Key, just as a kind of a review for some and maybe an introduction for others in the public, is a state-funded program in response to COVID-19 in which homeless neighbors who are deemed to have underlying medical conditions or who are medically compromised can be placed into motels. It's a state-funded program that's administered by the county through nonprofit organizations all across the state. Here in Orange County, Illumination Foundation is running motels in each of the 3 service planning areas of the county. Like I said, these are for the purpose is to protect those who are potentially the most vulnerable to COVID-19 should they contract it, so that they can practice physical distancing and safe at home guidelines. So in the last couple of months, if you look at the street exits on the CityNet reports, the majority of those exits have been into the Project Room Key rooms. So these are motel rooms, but I want to clarify that these are not. It's not a motel stay. It's not a typical motel stay because it's a service-rich environment. In fact, there are. Not only do you have to qualify for entry, but you have to agree as a client. You have to agree to code of conduct and to a number of things related to sort of your health and well-being, not only yours but to protect others as well. Maybe in the motel, those include leaving only for essential services. No guests on site, and receiving meals at the motel in your room, not congregating even within the motel in common spaces, medical checks at least twice daily, and then on-site security 24/7. So CityNet's work in the field in San Clemente. This has presented an opportunity for us, even in the midst of this global pandemic that we wouldn't wish to have happened. It's opportunities through the state funding to connect people who were vulnerable and homeless to shelter. The state funding runs through the end of the calendar year for Project Room Key. And then recently, the County of Orange has used additional CARES funding to implement what they're calling Project Tool Belt. They've contracted in the South Service Planning Area, which is where San Clemente is, with Mercy House and with Friendship Shelter to supplement the work that's going on in Room Key. So not only is there Room Key is our safe shelter where formerly homeless residents can practice social distancing and safe at home guidelines, but now through Project Tool Belt they'll have access to housing assessments, case management, housing navigation, and also a significant amount of funding to try to connect those that are in the Room Key rooms to long-term housing. The goal here is that if we've got people from the streets of San Clemente into Room Key rooms, and at this point I'm looking at my report and there's 23 that have been placed into that shelter. The goal is that they would not have to return either to the emergency shelter that they were referred from or to the streets, but that they could go from the Room Key room into some form of permanent housing. So the name Tool Belt comes from the idea that we'll use every tool in our tool belt to try and connect people to housing. So that would include anything that's available for rapid rehousing, relocations, permanent supportive housing, recuperative care, rehab and detox, transitional housing, and any and all other options. It's really one of those, check all of the above, check all the boxes of all the above, because the goal is to make whatever connections we can to connect people to long-term housing. The reason I say we is that CityNet's engaged by the county to do this tool belt work in the central spa and in the north spa, and then we're partnering, of course, with Mercy House and Friendship Shelter with those clients that we've moved from San Clemente into the Room Key room, so that through Toolbelt, they'll have access to, like I said, housing assessments, case management, and housing navigation to come in, figure out what kind of services and what kind of housing the individual may qualify for, and then begin to overcome those barriers to connect them to that housing. Again, the good news here is that one of the principal barriers typically is money, and through Toolbelt there is a significant amount of money to make those connections. So that's a Room Key Toolbelt project in a sort of a brief description. But the key things to recognize from our perspective for San Clemente is that it presents a really sort of unusual opportunity to make connections from the streets into a temporary shelter in the form of a motel room, and then from there into permanent forms of housing, so that again, ideally, those neighbors won't have to return to the streets of the city. We continue to make those referrals as those opportunities become available, and then of course we look at all other options that are at our disposal in forms of emergency shelters to relocations to others in our ongoing work in the city. So at that, I'll refer you to the monthly report, and I'm happy to take any other questions or about the report or other things that you may have for me. But I wanted to highlight from the report that particular element just because it's been so significant over the past couple of months.
Matt?
With room, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Councilmember James.
With Room Key, is there a requirement to be drug and alcohol free?
So, Room Key, yes. Certainly there's no guests and there's no congregation. So there's no testing requirement on the front end, but drug use is not permitted on site.
Is there ongoing testing?
There's not ongoing drug testing, but there is medical testing, and then there's compliance with the code of conduct. And so the residents have to comply on an ongoing basis with the shelter operator and their staff. And if they can abide by the conduct, then the goal is to move them along through the system to create system flow.
So is part of the code of conduct no drug and alcohol usage or possession?
Yeah, I can't say. We don't operate one of those shelters, so I would have to check with the code of conduct. My strong inclination is yes, but I can't confirm that for sure just because I don't have the operating procedures in front of us. I know that it's very common for these kind of agreements that part of the code of conduct is that they have to also abide by whatever the local jurisdictional rules and regulations are, and then also the motel itself, if they've got particular rules that the residents or the clients have to comply in the same way that anyone else who's going to a motel would have to comply with whatever the motel rules are.
Are they 2 to a room or 1 to the room?
1 or 2 to a room. The 2 to a room are typically couples and or family units. So people that are related in some way. It is for adults, children, families of children through the Family Solutions Collaborative across the county are connected elsewhere. But sometimes you have adult relatives that can occupy a single room.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember James. Matt, I have a question regarding the service-resistant homeless, those who are here. What percentage would you think of those that your outreach providers have contact with have perhaps a mental condition? And I'm asking that because in the end of October, I believe it's still on track, in Orange, that the new public-private partnership, the mental hospital, that's 60,000 square feet, supposed to open. I believe it's still on track, and how will that benefit those in our community?
So mental health, disabilities. When we do censuses or point-in-time counts, so we were just, I was just in a meeting today talking about the 2021 Orange County point-in-time count. So again, In January 2021, the plan is to conduct a census of all homeless neighbors all across the county, and one of the questions, of course, will be mental health and mental health condition, mental health disability. When we do those kind of censuses, it's pretty consistent that right around 40% answer that they struggle with mental illness issues. Those of us that are service providers, including me at CityNet, have a pretty strong opinion that that number is underreported, in part because you're relying on a self-diagnosis. So it's a question a person with a survey is asking another person, a question: do you struggle with mental illness? And you're relying on that individual to, one, know what a mental illness or a mental disability is, and two, to report it to somebody that could be a perfect stranger, frankly. So our experience is that that number is probably underreported, and that that the number is the real number. And again, it's hard to diagnose accurately because you're dealing with self-diagnosis, but the real number is probably somewhere at 50-60%.
Thank you very much for that. Any other questions of Matt by council? No? Hearing none, thank you so much, Matt. Do we have some public comments on this subject, City Clerk?
No, we don't.
Thank you very much. All right. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
So I'd like to report something, and I'm not going to make a motion, but I would like to have a little bit of discussion along this homeless issue. I have followed Solutions for Change for probably 5 or 6 years. In the past 9 months, I have been there 4 times. I have spoken with Chris Megason twice here in San Clemente, and they have an amazing success rate of about 70% of their clients. I have long since given up the notion that we can wish this away or we can police this away. It's just simply not going to happen. And one of the things I'm going to go and discuss with the newly formed homeless subcommittee, and I haven't discussed this with anyone, so this is the first time I'm bringing this out. But one thing we might want to look at is the formation of a JPA. We currently have a JPA with Dana Point, and we could actually roll it into that. But think about this concept of a JPA, Dana Point, San Clemente, and San Juan Capistrano. And we could, work with the county maybe. There's lots of county property out east of Rancho Mission Viejo. And the first baby step we could take is the creation of a JPA emergency shelter. This would allow Sheriff Barnes and OCSD to enforce our no camping laws. And then, as a feeder, create a relationship with Solutions for Change that would become a private-public partnership, and create transformational housing on that county property. And things people need to realize is Solution for Change, what they're focused on is being clean, being drug-free, being alcohol-free, hard work, empowerment, getting people jobs. They have a great agriculture program with aquaponics, raising fish, hydroponics, raising leafy materials in water, and we could have 24-hour transportation to this site. And I think we could start talking to our elected officials, both at the county level, at San Juan, Dana Point, and talk about a solution. So I am going, already the homeless subcommittee task force, they're already talking about some sort of shelter or housing option. I would really think that I'm going to bring this to them, and hopefully they'll make it part of their work plan. But this is the first time I've discussed it. Like I said, I have been talking with Chris Megason for a long time. Mayor Pro Tem, I think you've been there once or twice yourself.
Yes, and you and I met, I believe, about a year ago with Chris Megason.
Yeah, and so I'm not looking for a motion. I'm not looking for any guidance, but I'm going to be working with Eric and see if there would just be any interest with city management in Dana Point or San Juan to do something like this. But we have to start thinking out of the box. This problem is not going to go away. We can't wish it away, and we're not going to police it away. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember James. All right. City Clerk?
Okay, yes. Next on the agenda is the monthly financial report for July 2020.
Who do we have to provide this report? Is it Mr. Ron?
So, Mayor Pro Tem and council members, this was inadvertently agendized. We'll be coming back at the September 15th meeting for the monthly report.
Okay.
I do want to communicate as a kind of a passover from the last financial report that our financial services officer brought up. As we close out fiscal year 1920, we are confident we're going to see our forecasts met, and there will be very little gap in revenue as we receive from the state and other entities. We'll be coming back in late September, early October to report on the closeout of the fiscal year when all of those remittances do come in as we anticipate. We're early in the fiscal year, so I use that term that the checkbook is kind of loaded and not a lot to report on, but we'll have a report of our revenues and expenditures as it relates to the fiscal year to date for 2021. But again, I wanted to communicate to the council from the closeout of 1920. We are confident, as Jake indicated in his presentation last week, that we will meet those forecast projections. And again, if we have issues or concerns, when we come back, we'll provide recommendations to the council if necessary. But again, we'll be bringing that back at the second meeting in September. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mr. Sun. Since you brought it up, our gap was estimated at $2.5 million, and at the last meeting it was about $4.5 million. And how are we going to close that gap? Say if it keeps growing, what is your projection in terms of, or your prediction of how you would suggest that council closes that gap?
I think that's a better question to address once we've closed out the fiscal year and receive all the remittance from sales tax and other revenue sources. Again, we are getting constant reports from the tax board of our remittance coming in, and we're not concerned of any shortfalls. But once we close out that fiscal year and we know the true picture, then we'll be able to better address that with the city council.
Okay. Very good. Okay, City Clerk, we're ready for oral communications.
Yes, and I believe Laura will start reading.
Perfect.
First comment is from Camille Wyatt. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. It's long overdue for the bi-monthly City Council meetings to be held in person at a safe and adequate location. The community center has been suggested and is large enough to handle a crowd in regards to social distancing measures. It's the public's right to be able to speak on important issues that concern them in person, as well as address their concerns or positive thoughts to the city council members who were elected by the people to represent the people. If some members of staff or council do not feel comfortable meeting in public, then they should continue to do so via teleconference. However, every other city and county government is meeting in person, and there is no legit reason to deny this any further. Furthermore, Eric's son does not have the sole discretion to make this call, so you all need to stop hiding behind your phones in your homes. Put your big girl and boy panties on and show up at the council meetings. Wear a mask, wear a shield, wear a darn oxygen suit if you like, but your public is calling for fairness and transparency now. Y'all have been Zooming for months and months. Enough already. The time is now. Make a motion tonight to have all further public city council meetings in the community center beginning with September 15th, 2020. Thank you. Camille Wyatt, concerned San Clemente resident. Next is from Colleen Riley. I understand that the city council is voting to make Avenida Del Mar into a one-way street toward the pier, either on a temporary or permanent basis. How dumb. Have any of you council members ever been in business? Do you know what it takes to have successful sales, pay rent, overhead, pay employees, cost of sales? It takes traffic, both walk-by traffic and auto traffic. Making this street into a one-way means that those visitors with the city estimates around 2 million Pier Bowl visitors per year will not be driving back up Avenida Del Mar. They will be driving up residential side streets to go to the freeway and Lost Hills, and forget about directional signs. Shoppers want direct convenience and not walking any distances. They will not be parking behind the stores, which are already fully parked, and walking around the block to shop. Whoever said that has never been in business. Two-way traffic for small business is essential for success. Your proposed plan is not business friendly. If it is a matter of parking, why not do something simple like direct cars into the library parking lot, which has spaces? Get real. Colleen Riley.
The next communication is from Ellen Hostetter. Good evening, Council. My comments relate to the city's ongoing refusal to hold in-person council meetings. I recently read the article in the San Clemente Times about the issue. Although I hold that source of news in low regard, there was enough information in it to see clearly that Eric's son, Chris Ham, and Kathy Ward are working together to avoid the public. This is not a health concern on their part. This is a desire to avoid having to look into the eyes of San Clemente residents they have failed for the past 6 months. This is an act of cowardice. Just recently, the CDC reported that less than 10,000 Americans actually died of COVID alone. The rest had multiple comorbidities. The death count number of 180,000 is completely inflated and fake. You'll never convince me that a firefighter is too frightened to sit in a council chambers and attend a simple meeting due to health concerns. How is this even legal, considering the council apparently voted on and approved opening meetings to the public on August 18th? According to the SC Times article, Laura Ferguson confirmed this in an email to Eric's son that was shared publicly. How does one go from that vote to Eric's son unilaterally overturning that vote because Chris Ham and Kathy Ward are afraid they might get the sniffles, even though they have the option of staying at home and using Zoom? On May 21st, there was a big kerfuffle in the city over a 6-foot chain-link fence wrapped around the Pier Bowl parking lots. A couple hundred people that day were protesting Governor Newsom's lockdown orders that resulted in and were symbolized by this fence. The protest led to 8 arrests. I did a public records request for city communications leading up to that incident. It turns out that Laura Ferguson and Gene James were imploring former city manager Dunnick via email shortly before the incident to take the fence down and avoid the confrontation. Dunnick replied as follows, quote, "At this point, I respectfully submit that I cannot override or fail to follow the affirmative direction of the City Council on May 19th, end quote. With this in mind, if there was affirmative direction to reopen the council meetings to the public on August 18th, why is this being handled differently now? Lastly, I have been speaking at Orange County Board of Supervisors meetings regularly since April, and yes, this governing body has also failed us miserably in resisting Governor Newsom's California dictatorship. However, these meetings are in person and without masks. Quit hiding behind COVID, open the council chambers immediately, and get back to doing the people's business in public. Thank you, Jean and Laura, for having the courage to do the right thing. Once again, thank you. Ellen Hostetter. The next email is from Tony Rubolino. Did anyone on City Council happen to catch the article on August 18, 2020 in the San Clemente Times titled City Revenue Below Projections for End of Fiscal Year 2020? Well, in case you missed it, let's review together. A report by the city showed revenue collections for the fiscal year ending June 30 were short by about $4.34 million. What did Assistant City Manager Eric Sun have to say about this back in May? Quote, "I think it's safe to say, and we can say with confidence, that we'll be able to close out the current fiscal year with very little impact," end quote. What was that? One more time so everyone can follow along. Quote, "I think it's safe to say, and we can say with confidence, that we'll be able to close out the current fiscal year with very little impact," end quote. Original estimates were for a $2.5 million shortfall. At nearly twice the projected shortfall, are we safe to assume that interim city manager Eric Sun missed the mark? City Council, what is the threshold we need to cross in order to overhaul our city management? Interim City Manager Eric Sun is currently identified in a lawsuit against San Clemente by a former employee alleging age discrimination. The 2017 Employee Satisfaction Survey included comments about Mr. Sun, such as being a, quote, despot and a bully. We can't seem to be able to organize live and in-person city council meetings with appropriate social distancing measures in place, while surrounding cities have been doing this for months. And now we seem to have a significant revenue problem related to the COVID-19 pandemic. What's it going to take? I'd like to remind you that one council member identified Mr. Sun as the pilot who warrants our support, while two council members seem to circle the wagons if there's ever any concern with city management. It's election season. Let's hope some fresh voices can commit to getting San Clemente back on track. Tony Rivellino. Do you have any more, Laura?
No more public comments.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, City Clerk Department. All right, we're ready for the next item, City Clerk.
Yes. The next item, if we can have a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
Thank you. Do we have a motion, Council?
So moved.
Thanks, Councilmember Ham. Thank you, Councilmember Ward. We have a motion by Councilmember Ham, second by Councilmember Ward. Councilmember James?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
I'm an aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thanks, and I'm an aye. Ferguson's an aye, so that passes unanimously 4-0. All right.
Okay, the next item is the closed session report from the city attorney.
Thanks, Joanne. Mayor Pro Tem and Council, there was no reportable action taken in closed session tonight.
Okay. The next item is the consent calendar, and the public has requested the removal of items D and G.
Okay. Thank you, City Clerk. I'd like to make a request to pull the Planning Commission minutes of August 19th, starting on its page 6B, but just the Planning Commission minutes of 8/19/20, please. Does Council have any other items they'd like to pull from consent? Hearing none.
I'll move the balance of the consent calendar.
Okay, thanks, Councilmember Ward. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thanks, Councilmember James. So Councilmember Ward made a motion to move the balance. Councilmember James seconded. Let's vote. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's an aye, and that passes unanimously 4-0. Thank you. All right, City Clerk, would you like to?
Yes. So this is the Planning Commission regular meeting minutes of August 19th, 2020.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I requested to pull these minutes because I received a large volume of emails and even several with voluminous reasons why the council should consider this conditional use permit for the Verizon macro cell monopomp at 380 Avenida Pico, which is the water treatment plant. And I pulled this because there's so many concerns by the residents, and I just feel we can't ignore them. A couple of issues particularly that stood out to me was no accurate safety report, no need demonstrated for this no coastal commission permit approval yet, because it's a coastal zone, danger to habitat, environmentally sensitive waterway it's being placed in. And then regarding the staff report, it actually indicates the parcel is in the Las Molinas focus area of the land use plan, but it's really not, it's adjacent. So let's see, additionally, also regarding this monopalm, which would be, I believe, about 50 feet high, would be in direct view of 12 homes at Sea Summit that overlook it. So aesthetically, they're of course not supportive of this as well. And then a couple studies that were cited by some residents, a German study and an Israeli study pertaining to mass incidence of cancer due to the close proximity in which these houses are. But I would definitely like some of these issues to be looked into and make a motion to do that and to bring it back to council. Do I have a second to do that?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember James. Thank you. Councilmember Ham, please.
Yeah, before we take a vote, I was a participant in a 2x2 staff meeting yesterday that went over this exact item. And I'd just like Scott to review some of those materials because I think you may have forgot about the meeting yesterday or maybe didn't attend. I'm not sure what happened, but I know Jean and I were participants in this meeting and we discussed it at length.
Thank you, Councilmember Ham. I couldn't do it too short notice and work. It was just too short for me. I didn't have any options for time, so it didn't work for me. I'm sorry, I keep calling you all council members. I'm making you elected officials tonight on this dais. So City Attorney Scott, would you like to share some information on this?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Pro Tem, for that opportunity. And I don't want to belabor it since this isn't on for hearing. And I would suggest that if you do want to review this, you go ahead and call it up. But what we wanted to tell you, and we'll tell you now, just as by way of preview, is that the council's, the city's scope of review for these permits, as you know, is quite narrow. The FCC is set pretty narrow bounds. Your planning commission did a great job of hearing this and staying within those bounds. And I'm not, for the issues you've raised, of course, those can be explored, and I'm not in a position right now. I will be when and if it comes to you to explain that there are certain ramifications that we consider and some that we cannot. As we've discussed, the health ramifications are nothing that ought to be considered, and your commission correctly set those aside and ruled on what was before them, which includes aesthetics and view impacts. The one thing that we'll explore, whether you act on this call up or not, by the way, this matter was successfully appealed yesterday by a resident, is this. The permit is contingent upon the city entering into a lease with Verizon. And so if it's okay with the council, and we'll probably do this anyway since it's coming your way under the appeal, in talking to your community development director and your interim city manager, we want to think about whether it's proper, whether it would be better for the council to consider the lease of its public works yard before the permit or vice versa. It's the applicant's preference that you consider the permit first, but I'm not sure that would be your preference when you think about it. So there are two things, well, really three: the coastal permit, which you mentioned, but also the negotiations on the lease and the hearing on the permit. And if it's all right with the council, what we want to do is bring you a recommendation on the timing of both of those things, whether it would make sense to look at the lease terms first before you proceed to this permit or not. We'll work with the appellant, Ms. Smith, from yesterday and the applicant on the timing of that. But because this came to you so quickly, your staff did a very good job of beating the shot clock by a long ways this time, and so good for you. There's time to maybe think about whether you want to consider the lease first or this appeal first. So that has no impact really on the motion, I don't think, except to tell you that we hope you won't be surprised if we come to you with lease terms and decide whether you can close on those first and foremost, and then we put this right behind that if need be.
Thank you, Attorney. That's very helpful. Yes, Councilmember James.
Would you like to withdraw your motion and defer until we get the information on from Scott in regards to the lease?
I'd actually not like to do that. I'd like to have staff pursue looking into some of these complaints regarding this. There are so many.
Okay, I will back your. I will still back your motion. Then my second stand.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember James. Can we go ahead and take a vote of this? Councilmember Ham?
Yeah, I'm going to be a no vote. That being said, I just want the residents to know that I support their concerns, and we will be addressing this at a later time. I'm just a little disappointed that between yesterday and today, you weren't able to meet with staff to discuss this item beforehand.
Thank you, Councilmember Ham. Councilmember Ward?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. So my motion and Councilmember James' second fails due to a third vote to pass it. So thank you very much. Let's move on to the next item, City Clerk.
Okay, and Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I do believe that that particular Verizon project was appealed by the public.
Yes, it was. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so this is item D, contract award legal services, and I will read the communication that we received about this.
Okay, thank you.
This is from Eric Ward. The city staff is requesting a contract for $50,000 to Public Safety Consulting Incorporated for special counsel services in areas of unique expertise for additional legal services. This contract should not be approved without more information. The San Clemente legal fees are already sky high, and this adds even more. A detailed need for and purpose of this contract should be provided. What would happen without this contract? The basis for the contractor's selection should be provided. Why was Public Safety Consulting chosen instead of another legal consultant? Were other contractors considered? Were competitive bids solicited? What kind of contract is proposed? Is it a retainer contract that is paid every month even if no service is needed? Where is the money coming from to fund this service? When there is a specific need for this service, then a contract can be approved with an appropriate contractor who has the skills required. When requesting contract approval, the complete contract should be attached instead of one very vague sentence. Without reviewing the contract, the council members do not have important information needed to decide if they should approve this request. Again, council members reject this contract until there is a need for this service and a cost-effective solution is provided. And that's all I have unless Laura's received something.
I don't have any further comments.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk, for that. Well, I'll go ahead and start the discussion here on this item. I concur with with Mr. Ward, who provided the comments. We do not have a contract attached. We do always need to have a contract attached. I am aware there is an existing contract signed by the former interim city manager in June, but we do need to have that attached when we're addressing an item for transparency, of course, and a description too. In the background, we have no description. A general would be sufficient, a general description of what it would be for without any specifics, but this report gives no idea to the public of what we're actually approving, and it's a lot of money, $50,000. I actually support the $50,000, but I can't support this tonight because it leaves too many holes for the public, and that's really unfortunate because I would like to approve this tonight. But I can't, so I'd like to make a motion to defer this to the September 15th meeting. If I may have a second. Do I have a second on that?
May I, Mayor Pro Tem, if I can ask the city attorney a question, please, before going further. Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Ward brings up some valid concerns. We're privy to a lot of information that we can't divulge. What can we divulge as it relates to Mr. Ward's concerns?
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, if I could, from time to time there's legal work that involves confidential, private personnel matters, and this is one of them. I suppose the staff report could have said that. In those cases, the council can delegate authority to the mayor pro tem or manager to sign the contract, and it's their responsibility to review and check the scope and check the details of the contract. You're not required to do that, but you're not prohibited from doing that. You could also ask that more of this contract be brought back. But the scope, which is what I think Mr. Ward is most interested in, would still necessarily be redacted because of the sensitive nature of this and the implication of privacy rights. So I'm good either. You have authority to do this delegation, but I would understand if the council chose not to and deferred action on this. But even the deferred action would not be able to include the specific scope that you and the public are used to seeing.
Would deferring the action, would that create any problems with the matter at hand?
Mr. Sunder would be able to answer that question, Eric.
Mayor Pro Tem's, City Council members, yes, it would delay the matter at hand in terms of processing this amendment so that they could continue to do their work.
And so, Mr. City Manager, do we have a requirement to have a contract attached to the action here tonight?
I don't believe we have a requirement. I think we do in our best cases a process of attaching the appropriate documents for one to review the matter. If that was a want of the council, we could definitely bring that contract back. However, as the city attorney indicated, there would have to be some redactions to that contract.
So, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, this is a urgent matter. I think. It is an urgent matter. We know what the matter is. We know how much money has been spent and how much additional money is being requested. I can't support your motion. I'll be voting in favor of this.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and take a vote. Since I did make the motion, I'll take a vote of all.
Do we have a second?
Do we have a second? It dies then, no second. But anyway, I can't compromise transparency ever. And when I first came on council, we were approving contracts in agenda reports with no contracts attached. And the city manager at the time, Mr. Maxinoff, I mentioned numerous times, and then finally stating it at a council meeting, we finally started seeing contracts attached to agenda reports. So we really need to know what we're dealing with. And I know the seriousness and the importance of this, and there is a way to describe this in general terms, and I just can't support this. So would someone else like to make a motion tonight, since mine failed?
Yeah, I'll move the item, but in the spirit of transparency, Laura, I'm surprised you're not just telling everybody what it's about.
Okay,
No, I can't do that. This is confidential at this stage. My announcement earlier was not. Would you like to make a motion, Mr. Ham, on this item?
Yeah, I just previously said I'll move the item.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilmember Ham made a motion to approve, I assume, do you want to read staff's recommendation?
I'll second that motion.
Councilmember Ham, okay, so he doesn't want to read the motion. Okay, Councilmember Ward seconded the motion. Let's go ahead and vote on the motion that the City Council authorize the City Manager to engage the law firm of Public Safety Consulting, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $50,000 and authorize an additional designation of legal fees in the fiscal year 2020-21 budget of that amount. Okay, so Councilmember James?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson is a no. So that passes 3-1. Thank you.
The next item is the funding allocation for hospital survey. And we do have a few comments to read, and I believe Laura's going to start.
Thank you, City Clerk.
First comment is from Camille Wyatt, $45,000 for hospital survey. I would like clarification as to who will be hiring the consultant to perform the survey with the residents of San Clemente. In the agenda report for it states the city in collaboration with Palomar Health will work to select a consultant to perform this survey. I believe the survey is intended to determine if the residents of San Clemente want to support allocation of revenue sources to help fund and facilitate a hospital in San Clemente. Therefore, it's prudent that Palomar Health not be involved with the choice of consultant or execution of such survey, since they are the main financial benefactors of a positive outcome. It's like a wolf guarding the hen house. Furthermore, although many residents want a hospital back in San Clemente again, I do not support funding a private facility in any way with our tax dollars. If Palomar Health wants to put a facility there, they should have to incur any and all costs, as they will surely be the ones profiting from such. Camille Wyatt. Next comment is from Donna Vidrine. I asked City Council to follow staff recommendations to approve and authorize funding to continue the relationship with Palomar Medical Center to determine hospital needs and programs for our city, San Clemente. I advocate for a hospital in San Clemente, a community hospital with emergency services and inpatient hospital care sized to meet the needs of our San Clemente community. My understanding, Palomar Medical Center plans to immediately reopen the San Clemente Hospital for emergency services and inpatient hospital care. Palomar Medical Center wants to assess with community leaders the right programs to serve our residents. Palomar Medical Center would bring quality hospital care to San Clemente. They have recognized excellent hospital management teams, sound hospital policies and procedures, the demonstrated ability to work with UCSD and UC. They built a beautiful modern new hospital in Escondido on the hill while continuing hospital services for Escondido until the new hospital was ready to open. Continuity of revenue and hospital care for Escondido. I have a vision for rehab services for our senior population, low-risk maternity services for our younger growing families, mental health services for everyone, surgical suites with recovery and inpatient surgical beds for general surgery, general medicine beds and services for community needs. I ask the City Council keep San Clemente informed on the situation with providing hospital care and emergency services to our residents and city. Thank you for your continuing work on hospital services in San Clemente. Stay vigilant, focused, and on task. Hospital care is a quality of life and public safety issue. Sincerely, Donna Vidrine, registered nurse.
The next communication is from Warren Vidrine, PhD, San Clemente business owner. I strongly support the survey agreement in collaboration with Palomar Health being considered by the council. Palomar's response to the RFP is extremely promising, especially paired with the letters from UC San Diego and UC Irvine expressing interest in collaboration. Such collaborations will strengthen the professional and business model case for opening a successful and profitable hospital in our current business environment. As someone who participated with my family in donating the land and mediating a successful hospital in my Louisiana hometown of 9,000 people, I am heartened by this RFP reply and am confident we can reestablish a successful hospital in San Clemente. And that's all I have, unless Laura's received some last minute ones.
No further comments.
Okay. That's all.
Thank you, City Clerk, for that. Do we have a brief, maybe a brief staff overview of this item?
Yeah.
So I'll jump in real quick instead of staff. This is Chris. So Gene and I had a meeting with Palomar Hospital Group last month, as we talked about at our last council meeting. And one of the things that came out of it, the direction we want to go, is to poll the community to see if they're interested in creating a hospital district in and around the city of San Clemente to help fund a hospital emergency services. I think it's high time at this point in our lawsuit and our endeavor to get an emergency room back is that we determine whether or not we want to put our money where our mouth is, so to speak, as a community. And this is the first step in doing that. So I hope this is the first step in getting us to a resolution, whether that resolution be like I'd hope it to be, which is a hospital emergency room, or the opposite, which is Memorial Care getting their wishes. So this is step one in getting to that final conclusion.
Okay, Mr. Sun, would you like to continue with your brief overview of this item for the public?
You know, I brought this back pursuant to council direction from the last meeting. We're asking for funding of $45,000 and for hospital subcommittee, Councilmember Gene James and Councilmember Ham, to work in conjunction with Palomar and selecting a consultant to do the surveying, and also to work with Palomar on the questions and so forth as it relates to that survey. And that concludes the staff report, and I stand ready to answer any questions from the City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Sund. I appreciate that. I'll go ahead and make a few comments about this item. Palomar Health is a great medical institution. My mom actually stayed at the one in Escondido for a month in the trauma center. She got hit by a red light runner in a truck, and their quality of care is exceptional, no doubt. Pleased to see that they want to be here, but they just don't want to have any skin in the game. So my concern as a fiscally prudent council member is to see them front some costs for this. I mean, it's going to be millions of dollars, right? Millions, hundreds of millions, right? To buy the land, if that happens, build the hospital, improve what's there. It could be over $200 million. I'm not going to be, excuse me, I'm talking, I'll let you have your turn in a moment. But anyway, so that said, I'm concerned about this. I mean, we're 4.5 years into the shuttered hospital. It's been closed for that long. And I know that it's a step, but this should have or could have been done already along the way to decide if this is something that taxpayers would like to do, is form a hospital district and tax themselves to take on 100% of the cost or whatever it is the city puts in. I know we have about 14 million in reserves, but that's small change in comparison to what this is going to cost. The survey, I mean, 45,000 to fund the survey. Why can't we just do SurveyMonkey, do survey for free? I know the city, unbeknownst to me, did a survey earlier this year for 25,000, and it had multiple topics. I don't know why this wasn't one of them, but that would have been a good one to include to save this cost. But that said, I just don't think we should approve any more money at this stage when we don't have a viable operator, an emergency room provider. I mean, who doesn't want this? Who doesn't want this? But can we afford it? I mean, think of the millions of dollars in losses that hospitals write off every year. I mean, it's millions of dollars. That said, I just don't feel in our current financial state that we should be approving, with COVID still happening, any more money, this 45,000 from council contingency, any more money for anything, considering we're about $4.5 million less revenue at this stage in time. So I'm not going to be able to support this item at this time. I hope that a operator comes forward that is willing to help pay for this, but at this time it's just not fiscally prudent because we don't have that. Thank you. Councilmember Ham, would you like to make some comments?
I would love to, Laura. Thank you. So the first thing is to answer your question that you asked twice, which is who doesn't want this? Apparently you don't want this, so that's to answer your question. The comment you made about hundreds of millions of dollars, we're not building a rocket ship here. We're rehabbing a hospital and emergency room. And then your cost estimate of us funding 100% of it, I think, is way outside the norm. And obviously you must be a much better expert at this than everybody I've talked to up until this point to be throwing out WAG numbers like that. Anyway, I'll move the item.
So I have
okay, is that your motion? Oh, please, Councilmember James, please add your comments.
First off, I want to set expectations where they need to be. This is not the immediate opening of a hospital. If we were to go down the route of Palomar Health District, we probably would be looking at a vote 2 years from now. And, you know, we would have to have a 2/3 vote and, you know, I think Chris hit the nail on the head. We need to determine whether people will put their money where their mouth is on this. There is going, you know, there would have to be the creation of an extension of a hospital, of a healthcare district. And for round numbers, I would anticipate somewhere between $350 to $400 a year cost on an average home in San Clemente. So we would need to make a determination whether people really want to do this. And I hear the Mayor Pro Tem talk about budget number of $45,000 to do this, but I think we owe it to the city to do this survey, to gain some knowledge on where the people stand on this. And I really want to give people the opportunity to have a hospital, even if it would mean the creation of a hospital, just a healthcare district in San Clemente. I think there's a lot of hurdles. I think it would be difficult. The healthcare district has a board of directors. They would have to change their bylaws and give us a member on the board from San Clemente. That board consists of 6 people. I would be concerned that we would have 6 people in inland North San Diego County having one set of expectations, and our board member here in San Clemente have a different set of expectations. So there's a lot of hurdles to overcome, but I am in full support of doing the survey, and I think it's the way to go, because if people want an emergency room and a hospital in this town, I think we owe it to them to do everything we can to happen. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember James. Is that your second to, oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Ward, do you have some comments?
I would make the comment that I lived, before I was in San Clemente, I lived in an area that was unincorporated, and their hospital was not viable. That's not the case that we found in our study with this hospital, but it was certainly in that hospital. It was in a very small area, and the residents there did vote for a hospital district, and this was about well over 30 years ago, and it's been working well. And it's a matter of only a few dollars a year for each parcel, and it has saved many lives in that area, because an emergency room was necessary, as prior city councils in this one has determined that it's necessary for San Clemente. I don't know if Laura and Jean, certainly maybe Jean wasn't on the city council, but a couple of years ago, we had a couple of firemen that were now retired from OCFA that live in San Clemente. Current members of OCFA cannot comment on calls that they are on, but retired OCFA members came in and said that San Clemente needs a hospital, and that it has caused people to not survive. That Mission Viejo is just too many miles and minutes away when someone is not breathing. And it has occurred in the city, and we can't know each and every account of it, but this is a public safety issue. And so looking into and spending $45,000 into whether we should do a hospital district and explaining to that what a hospital district is to the members of the public is important. And I would hope that none of our council members would try to poison the well now and talk about how we are going to tax people and it's millions of dollars and we're all paying 100% of the cost, because I don't think any of those comments were accurate. So I think that we do need to do a study to show people what a hospital district is. They can and do work well. And like Councilmember James said, it's up to the people to decide. And it's a duty upon us to bring that information forward in an accurate way and let our people decide and our public decide. We've certainly, as council members, Chris has been on for 8 years, almost 8 years. I've been on for 6. And councilors before us, we have tried very hard to bring a hospital back because that's what we were told that the public wanted. And this is part of that, and we should not stop the process. We've got to go through it all the way, or we didn't deliver on our promise to the public.
Thanks, Councilmember Ward. You raised a question for me. Do you know of another hospital district in Orange County?
Laura, that can all be brought out in a study that we do, and we shouldn't be like trying to do it from the dais now. So I'll second that motion. I believe Councilmember James made it.
He did, but that's a question came up based on what you just said, that these hospital districts are around and they work well. Do you know, Mr. Sund? If you know, I mean, I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm just curious if you know. I could look it up later, but you happen to know, Mr. Sund?
Oh, I do not, Mayor.
I know that toll roads are around in other communities and they work great, so should we support toll roads too?
Well, there's 33 hospitals in Orange County. I'll look it up later and see if we have
I don't
one.
think,
Okay, so go ahead.
I have
James.
looked that up. I don't believe there's another one in Orange County. There's several in LA County. I think Redondo Beach being one of them,
Okay.
or at least one of the beach communities in LA County.
Okay, thanks, Councilmember James.
And I just want to clarify something with Councilmember Ward. I was not trying to poison the well. I was just pointing out for $1 a day, we can have a healthcare district in a normal house in San Clemente.
All right.
So Councilmember James, I appreciate that, and I didn't think that. But there were comments made, I think, by Mayor Pro Tem that this was millions of dollars, and we were going to pay 100% of the cost, and why would we tax ourselves and things like that. And so I believe the council at this point shouldn't be campaigning for anything. It's not what we do. We are asked today to fund the study and give the city manager the ability to execute it. So we just need to stay on point.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. But the facts matter to me. And remember, with any GO bond, it's double the cost. So with interest and legal fees and administration. So we have to always be, truthful to the voters, and that's what it's about. But we got a motion by Councilmember James, a second by Councilmember Ward, and let's go ahead and take a vote. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember James?
Aye.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson is a no. So that motion passes 3-1. Ferguson voting no. All right, City Clerk?
Yes. Next is public hearing for zoning amendment 20-069. This is to consider a city-initiated proposal to amend the city's massage ordinance. And when you're ready to open the public hearing, we do have at least one comment.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. We'll open the public hearing.
Okay.
This comment is from Bill Hart. Human trafficking is a dreadful crime that has no place in civilized society, yet it exists in our very community. I strongly encourage you to adopt tonight's ordinances and pass the second reading of the ordinance from 2 weeks ago. I would like to make an important request. I recently introduced Brenda Wells of I-5 Freedom Network to my brother Howard, who is a planning commissioner in San Juan Capistrano. My brother is now initiating an effort to do the same thing in San Juan Capistrano as we have done here. My request is for you to take a leadership role in making this a tri-city effort. I request that council send a letter to the city councils of both San Juan Capistrano and Dana Point. 1, introducing and endorsing the I-5 Freedom Network, and 2, summarizing what we have done in San Clemente with I-5's assistance. This is an unambiguous opportunity to do a good thing. Let's encourage our neighboring cities to join us in stamping out human trafficking. Thank you, Bill Hart. And that is all I have for public comments on this item.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion to close public comments?
So moved.
Close.
Thank you, Councilmember Ham. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, thank you, Councilmember James. So the public comment is over, closed. All right, do we have a report on this? Staff?
Hi, this is Gallardo Daly. I can give you a brief staff report on this item. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. This code amendment would add 2 additional revisions to the massage ordinance as requested by the City Council at the August 18th meeting. One would be to post notices regarding human trafficking in every private massage room in the establishment, and also require operators to obtain and require patrons to provide a copy of their driver's license or any other state-issued picture identification. So this is a standalone proposed code amendment, and that concludes the staff presentation, and I'm available for any comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any comments or questions?
I have a comment. I think we stand at a moment in time with COVID and these massage parlors being closed. I think they're closed. To stamp this out, this blight out of our city once and for all. I thank staff for including the additions we gave at the last meeting. And, you know, I really thank Brenda Wells and I-5 Freedom Network for pushing us on this. And let's hope we can save the dignity, liberty, and freedom of these young women and I think some men who have been enslaved in these establishments. And I think we're doing the right thing in San Clemente, and I thank everyone for participating. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember James. Any other questions or comments? No? Hearing none. We already closed the public hearing, so I'll go ahead and make a motion if we don't have any further comments or questions by council members. So I'd like to make a motion to adopt staff recommendation to find and determine that the proposed amendments are not a project as defined by the state CEQA guidelines, sections 15378B2 and 15378B5. And number 2, introduce ordinance number 1704, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending Chapter 17.28.185 of the San Clemente Municipal Code relating to massage establishments and finding the ordinance exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember James. Let's go ahead and vote. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thanks. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's an aye, and that passes 4-0, unanimous.
The next item is a report from the Public Works Director, City Engineer, concerning a contract award for annual tree maintenance services. And we do have comments on this item when you're ready.
Okay, City Clerk, I'd love to hear the comments first, please.
Okay. The first comment is from Jim Goularte. Again, we are at the same crossroads in the matter of renewing the contract with Rod's Tree Service. Twice you've heard the outcry from the citizens of San Clemente supporting and requesting that their elected officials honor and renew the contract of a local business known as Rod's Tree Service. Twice you've been supplied with testimonials from neighboring cities and citizens alike of their dissatisfaction with West Coast. How the neighboring cities have had to reach out to other tree service companies to provide tree service and maintenance that West Coast wasn't able to provide, or the additional costs to perform such requests by West Coast was too costly. Again, this matter is a no-brainer. 40 years of faithful service has been provided by Rod's Tree Service. 40 years of unselfish dedication to the city of San Clemente and her citizens. 40 years of a local business giving back to the citizens and community at no cost to them. The people of San Clemente have spoken over and over again on this matter, so please hear them again as they ask their elected officials to support a local business and renew the tree service contract to Rod's Tree Service. As elected officials, you promise to always have the best interest of San Clemente in your hearts. Please keep your promise. The next communication is from Burton Brown. He has 2 here. Let's see. Good afternoon and happy Monday. I trust you 2 are doing well. I'm reaching out because I noticed that the city's tree contract was awarded to an out-of-city business. I certainly believe in completion and understand the bidding process. I do, however, believe in goodwill and continuity. As a private citizen and business leader, I'd have you consider not approving the winning bid. I'd like for the city to continue having Rod's Tree Service as its tree contractor. For 40 years, Rod's Tree Service has had the contract with San Clemente. It is a local, family-owned business where 80 to 90% of the employees live in San Clemente. Loss of the contract will no doubt lead to loss of Rod's San Clemente-based employees. Keep the tax revenue here. In addition, what this company has done for the city and community through outreach and support is unmatched. Thank you for your consideration. And then there's a subsequent email that says, in addition to my prior email regarding tree contract, I wanted you to be aware of the tens of thousands in annual local nonprofit donations Rod's Tree Service makes. With them losing the contract with the city, many nonprofit organizations won't be able to provide outreach for our military, veterans, historical preservation, environmental preservation, business development, and faith-based outreach. This would be an unintended consequence, not only hurting the families of laid-off employees, but the recipients of the great nonprofit outreach. The next communication is from Rod's Tree Service. It has been our honor to work with and for the City of San Clemente over the past 40 years as the only tree contractor the city has ever had. Many of the trees we now maintain were planted by our grandfather, the founder of our company. Rod's Tree Service has proudly kept our community safe, as well as our trees healthy and beautiful since the 1970s. San Clemente has been home to 3 generations of Rod's Tree Service employees, and the work we do here is done with utmost respect and devotion for our city. In June of this year, we were overwhelmed by the support of our community when our long-standing relationship with the city was threatened. Over 45 letters in support of Rod's Tree Service, continuing the contract with the City of San Clemente, were submitted to Council, changing the outcome of staff's recommendation and extending the city's contract with Rod's Tree Service for 3 more months. We were humbled that the outcry from the community changed the proposal process altogether. Yet again, city staff is recommending the termination of the tree maintenance contract between Rod's Tree Service and the City of San Clemente. As council, you have the power to change the course of the contract and continue our relationship with our city. As council, you have the power to keep a local business local. It is your choice to contract our city with a company that has always put San Clemente first. As council, it is your choice to listen to the wishes, desires, concerns, and opinions of the local community by awarding the contract to Rod's Tree Service, the business that has been loyal in serving our community the past 4 decades. It is our hope that you as council will choose to contract with Rod's Tree Service, which has time and time again proven to be trusted, honest, and reliable. Thank you for your time.
Next comment is from Richard Munoz. I've been a local resident in San Clemente my entire life and have used Rod's Tree Service at my house a couple of times. I heard recently that you were considering an Anaheim-based company and wanted to write in and express my opinion on the matter. As a small business owner myself, I really feel it's important to keep everything as local as possible. There are benefits for you, the community, the local businesses, of course. With a local business, you know the people that are doing the work. It's the same guys that always do it. It's guys who live there themselves, and they care about the community. They care about the work they are doing because they live there themselves. Not only that, but the money the city pays to a local business gets put back into San Clemente and lets other small businesses thrive. If you support an Anaheim-based company, those employees don't care nearly as much about the work they do. They don't have pride in their job or the city they work for. Please consider and keep it local. Next comment is from Lonnie Wilson. I'm a San Clemente resident since 1997. When I moved here, I decided to always support local business. I urge you to renew the city's contract with Rod's Tree Service. They do excellent work for a fair price. It would be shameful to award the contract to a business out of town. Thank you in advance for your consideration. Next comment is from Reverend Patrick Carrar. Members of the City Council, I write in support of Rod's Tree Service and the continuation of their relationship with the City of San Clemente. Indeed, I was shocked to learn you were even considering ending a decades-old relationship with such an exceptional company as Rod's. We've made use of Rod's services for decades ourselves, both for our church, the #1 historic site in San Clemente, and the property we own across the street. Their work has always been excellent, prompt, and professional. Our parishioners have also utilized Rod's and have been very satisfied. Rod's is a company with deep roots in our community. They do a great deal of public good, sometimes even at no cost to the city or other governmental organizations. They are and have been for many years sponsors of some of this city's highest profile events, including our events for veterans. I know personally that this company also provides tremendous support to our Marines on Camp Pendleton. RODS is locally owned and both veteran and minority owned. They are incredibly dedicated, hardworking, and get the job done right every time. I see them often already out at sunrise and throughout the day. Why would you even consider anyone else? You will not find a better organization. If you'd like to reach me for information about RODS, I'm available at 949-492-3401. The Reverend Patrick Carrar, St. Clements by the Sea. Next comment is from Candace Haggard. I urge the San Clemente City Council to renew the city's contract with Rod's Tree Service. Rod and his crew have served the city well for decades. I know this because we proudly renewed their contract during the years I served on the city council in the 1980s and 1990s. They know the history of every street tree in the city. And more importantly, they care about every tree. It's not just a job to them, it's personal. Please don't let the citizens of the future lose this valuable resource. Thank you, Candace Haggard.
Next communication is from Patrick Mahoney, President of West Coast Arborists. Dear Honorable Mayor and members of the San Clemente City Council, we are excited to be recommended for award of contract at this evening's City Council meeting for the city's tree maintenance services project. West Coast Arborists Incorporated is a reputable, local, family-owned business who began providing tree maintenance and management services to public agencies back in 1972. Since 2015, we've partnered with the Laborers International Union of North America, which provides livable wages and benefits, not just to our employees, but to their families. Through the years, we've proven to be an industry leader in the tree care profession, now serving over 300 public agencies, assisting them with their tree maintenance programs. Our knowledge and care to keep our local urban forests healthy and thriving has earned us the prestigious Tree Care Industry Association accreditation. This program is a rigorous audit and examination of a company's policies and procedures and acts as a seal of approval for customers like San Clemente. Due to the negative fiscal impact created by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, cities are facing reduced revenue streams that will affect city services, particularly in contract year 2021. WCA is sensitive to these financial constraints, confirmed by our proposal cost, which is about $344,000 less than Rod's Tree Service over the term of the contract. However, we remain committed to providing professional and superior tree care regardless of the budget. As a contracted service provider, we consider ourselves partners in your city's success, and it is our oath and commitment to provide gold standard tree care without compromise. We look forward to serving the citizens of San Clemente. Next is from Katrina Soto. As a member of St. Clements by the Sea Episcopal Church in San Clemente, I urge you to continue the tree service contract with Rod's Tree Service. This is a locally owned service and has provided fine tree service to the community for many years. Furthermore, they support community events. You won't get that with an outside service. Let's support our local businesses, especially in these shaky economic times. Next is from Jim Dahl, former mayor of San Clemente. Council, Rod's Tree Service has been a mainstay of our city's continued obligation to service and maintain our precious tree forest in San Clemente. They have over the years been extremely responsive to city staff and the public over the years. As a veteran-owned and operated business with close family ties to our community, they have given of themselves during countless charity events and emergency situations 24 hours a day, 365 days per year, working with our public safety services during emergencies. It seems counterproductive to hire an out-of-town company to provide service when they are from far away without local employees to respond in emergency situations. Please keep Rod's Tree Service as our vital tree maintenance provider.
Next comment is from Jacqueline Alm. Please save Rod's Tree Service as the contractor for the city of San Clemente. They have done an excellent job for many years. They are local and minority and veteran owned. They know the city and have pride for our city and want to keep it looking nice. Please do not give the contract away to an out-of-city contractor. Keep our locals employed and proud. Next comment is from Lisa Schmalley. My name is Lisa Shamali, and I have been a resident of San Clemente and a teacher in the city for 25 years. I have worked on many times at my resident by Rod's Tree Service, as well as seen them working around our city for decades now. They are extremely professional and give the best service from what I have seen both personally and in our fine city. I also own a business in San Clemente, and they do the work at my place of business as well. San Clemente has always put their own businesses ahead of any outsourcing, and this I have always been very proud of our council members in that they put the interest of the people of this city first and foremost. I hope that you will continue this in the renewal of the contract for Rod's Tree Service. Rod himself served on our local police department here in San Clemente. We are very proud and grateful for his service to the city. Again, please do make the right decision concerning the San Clemente business by renewing the contract they have had with the city of San Clemente for decades. Thank you for your time. Next comment is from Gail Huduki. As a resident of San Clemente for over 34 years, I know that Rod's and his firm have done an excellent job. In addition, they have supported this community and its nonprofits strongly throughout these years. As a town, we should support the businesses who live in town. This town loves to keep its money in town when we can. Follow the lead of the citizens. Rod has paid more than his dues and I'm sure has donated major amounts of work throughout the years to the town and its residents. Next comment is from Jeannie O'Grady. I would like to add my name to those who support the city awarding the tree contract to Rod's Tree Service. We need to support our local businesses, and especially local businesses that have for years also supported local volunteer organizations. Rod and his family have supported the San Clemente Kiwanis Club and as members and helping with fundraising activities. Next comment is from Claudia Peterson, concerned tree hugger. You have the power to do the right thing. You can support a small locally owned company that has served your city for decades. Change is not always a good thing. And where is your loyalty for a job well done? Where is it thank you? We support your company and your veterans. Rod's Tree Service does a great job for the city and also is an active volunteer in community events. Small family-owned businesses need your support now more than ever. Do the right thing. Rod's Tree Service has earned your contract with great service for decades.
The next communication is from Laitlin Lawler. Hello, my name is Caitlin Lawler, and I'm emailing you today regarding the City of San Clemente renewing their contract with Rod's Tree Service. I am asking that you consider keeping the contract with Rod's Tree Service and not outsource the contract to a large corporation. Rod's employees are some of the most hardworking I've ever met, and they truly care about the City of San Clemente and doing a good job more than an outside corporation ever will. My husband works in the landscaping industry as well, and we have both seen firsthand how, in the long run, the cheaper contract is not always the best option. Oftentimes, cheaper contracts mean the work is done at a lesser quality, only to be redone a short time later, thus resulting in greater costs in the long term. Rod's and its employees also give back to the City of San Clemente. By providing a contract to Rod's as a smaller local business, the city is in turn supporting other local businesses as Rod's employees spend their paychecks at more establishments in the community. Giving the contract to an outside corporation will result in those individuals going back to their respective towns and not supporting the local economy. Please keep the city's tree contract with Rod's, and please do not give it to a large outside corporation. Next is from Susan Morris. Please keep Rod's Tree Service taking care of San Clemente trees. They have proven they are reliable, efficient, and quality work for many years.
Next comment is from Linda Culbertson. I wrote a letter to you for the June meeting regarding keeping Rod's Tree Service as a part of our city. I'm writing again because this is an important issue regarding our community. My name is Linda Culbertson. I'm 72 years old and have lived in San Clemente since 1992. We lived previously in Claremont, California, another small town similar to San Clemente, for 37 years. I've seen what good and what bad happens when a large company moves into the area. Yes, it increases jobs. Yes, it brings money into San Clemente. But in reality, What will San Clemente lose? Another family-owned business that has been a part of this town for decades, a family that raised its own here, a family that has supported this community, continuously actively involved in our town, a family we see about and around who stop and talk, a family business that helps seniors and those in need, a family that is the first to volunteer when the call goes out. We proudly support our family businesses, the mom and pop shops. It isn't just lip service. In my opinion, yes, you talk the talk, but it's time to walk the walk, ladies and gentlemen. Trust me when I say, under the bidding system, I understand the art of negotiations. I have never believed things were written in stone when one examines all the facts, some not tangible to see at first glance. I do understand the need for a large company to continuously expand, but there are many cities close by where they might be welcome. Why here? A low bid doesn't guarantee excellent service. A low bid doesn't guarantee continuous community involvement. I have seen big companies move to my area before, promising excellent service and community involvement. And in several cases, after a few years, that excellent service, that community involvement is gone with the wind. I know this decision you will make is not an easy one unless you understand what is truly most important to the majority of San Clemente residents. It is family-owned businesses. San Clemente is a special town where we get along with each other. I love going to the fiesta and seeing people of all ages talking, laughing, sharing, where we care about each other. I know this is a rough time for everyone with the mess that is going on in this country with regards to the coronavirus. We need to support our businesses, help them succeed, not help them go under. It's time to stand up and do what is right for our town. I sincerely hope you make the right choice and keep Rod's Tree Service and their families in San Clemente. Please do what is right, please. Next comment is from Marina Small. I am saddened that our City of San Clemente representatives would even consider hiring an outside company to maintain our beautiful trees. Rod's Tree Service has done an outstanding job maintaining our trees. As you drive on I-5 through San Clemente, take a good look at our palms. It's a beautiful sight with the ocean in the background. After a winter storm, you'll find Rod's Tree Service out fixing nature's mess. They are quick to handle any issues because they are local. We won't get that kind of service with an out-of-town company. Rod's Tree Service cares about San Clemente. I urge you to keep Rod's Tree Service as San Clemente's local arborists.
The next communication is from Steph G. Dear San Clemente City Council, please renew and award and reward the city contractor Rod's Tree Service. They have demonstrated themselves as a long-trusted local company who does much for the community, citizens, families, Camp Pendleton Marines, and many others. We hope you go with a company that has already proven themselves to the city of San Clemente. Thank you. Next is from Karen Vesley. Dear council members, I have lived in San Clemente since 1990. In the 30 years I have lived here, I have been the homeowner to 3 houses. And when we had to use a tree service, it was always Rod's Tree Service. Supporting our local economy for the city is very important to me. I value the businesses and the owners who provide services and products for San Clemente. I urge you to choose Rod's Tree Service for the city contract to maintain our trees. They have proven to be loyal and capable in the maintenance of trees, as well as a local San Clemente company. Thank you for your service to our city. Next is from Denise O'Donnell. As a San Clemente resident, Del Mar business owner, and board member of the Downtown Business Association, I respectfully request that the city keep Rod's Tree Service. While I realize cost is a factor, the trickle-down impact must be considered. Many of Rod's employees are my customers and also customers to many of San Clemente's businesses. The loss to our businesses and ultimately taxes to the city must be considered. In addition, San Clemente, the city and its residents are known for the support of local businesses. If not for the support of our citizens, my business would not have been able to survive this impactful time. Pulling the contract, particularly not, will jeopardize this business and many other businesses and residents. I appreciate your time and hope the council will look at the big picture and support a local business.
Next comment is from Bob Baker. I see that the City of San Clemente is prepared to award a 5-year tree service contract to West Coast Arborists of Anaheim. They underbid Rod's Tree Service, a local San Clemente company. Rod's Tree Service has been doing maintenance on the City of San Clemente trees for a very long time. If you have seen them work, you will notice how safely they operate. Safety is a huge concern in such a dangerous business. They must contend with sharp tools, big heavy trees, powerful whirling blades, high bucket trucks, and they must work around pedestrian and auto traffic. Rod's is also local and just minutes away in an emergency. Don't you love Google? Take a minute now, City Council members, and Google West Coast Arborist lawsuit on your phones. You will see newspaper article after article of lawsuit after lawsuit. Apparently, West Coast arborists don't do their work nearly as safety as our local tree service. Now map them. They are 42 miles away. Now Google Rod's Tree Service lawsuit. All you see is their address, phone number, and 5-star Yelp reviews. It costs more to operate safely, but I think it's worth it. Bob Baker, number 1, San Clemente. Next comment is from Arlen Flores. This is from the Chamber of Commerce. Dear San Clemente City Council, it's come to our attention that the contract for tree service maintenance in San Clemente may be awarded to a new provider. This letter serves to demonstrate our strong support for Rod's Tree Service as the continued provider. Rod's Tree Service has been maintaining healthy and beautiful trees in San Clemente for nearly 50 years, owned and operated by 3 generations of beloved locals who also hire locals. The company holds the highest reputation of excellence and safety. Additionally, it should be known that company founder Rod Rodriguez spearheaded the effort to encourage the city of San Clemente to officially adopt a Marine battalion at Camp Pendleton, helped to establish the city's Cinco de Mayo event, and advocated for the construction of the city's Park Semper Fi monument. Continues to lead a team of community volunteers every holiday season who provide Camp Pendleton service members and their families with pre- and post-deployment barbecues and Christmas parties. Has sponsored dozens of local nonprofit organizations, too many to list. Demonstrates the highest character and integrity while serving as example to both business owners and community members alike. With these items in mind, the San Clemente Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors respectfully urges the Council to award the city's tree service contract to the company that deserves it most, Rod's Tree Service. Thank you for your time and consideration on this important community matter. In Health and Community, Burton Brown, Chairman of the Board. Next comment is from Larry and Carlina Reynolds. Dear City Council members, we are writing to respectfully urge the City Council to decline the bid from West Coast Arborist with respect to renewal of the tree services contract for the city. While WCA may offer the lowest bid, will they really provide comparable services to Rod's Tree Service? Rod's is a known product and a local company that hires local employees. The city knows what it is getting with Rod's Tree Service, to include a variety of additional services at no cost, as many supporters of Rod's will attest. WCA, on the other hand, is an unknown quantity that is attempting to get its foot into the San Clemente business store. While they may offer the lowest cost, will they really perform to the same level of Rod's Tree Service at this lowball price? Or will they nickel and dime the city for anything beyond the written contract? Remember, you get what you pay for. Will the city look back in 5 years and realize a mistake was made in selecting this company? We, along with many others in the community, are fully familiar with Rod's Tree Service, to include their professional work ethic, integrity, loyalty to San Clemente, and community give-back efforts in so many ways. Their long history of great work in this city deserves to be rewarded with a new contract.
Next communication is from Nick Goebel. Hello, I am writing in support of Rod's Tree Service being awarded the city contract. They are very well established in the city, providing years of tree service as well as community service to the area. The company is family owned by local San Clemente residents, with the business remaining in the family going on 3 generations. Rod's Tree Service provides quality work with a very well established reputation as a leader in their industry. They support the city in many outreach ways and participate in local events, which really shows their commitment to the community. I hope San Clemente shows them the same type of support in return by awarding them the next contract. Next is from Robbie Love. As a San Clemente resident, I want the council to keep business local and want you to contract with Rod's Tree Services and not an Anaheim-based business. Rod's Tree Service is a staple in this community, are family-owned, and have no hidden fees or misses in price quotes. I looked into this Anaheim cutting service. They constantly misquote, charge more, and increase their rates significantly for emergency cleanup services. Drop the facade, go with Rod.
Next comment is from Candace Middleton. Please, please, please do not contract our tree service with a company based in Anaheim. Rod's Tree Service is local and they have done an outstanding job for our city for decades. They employ locally and their employee paychecks are spent locally. I cannot believe this is even being considered. Please renew the contract with Rod's. They are the best. Next comment is from Glenn Walker. I am not in support of awarding the annual tree maintenance contract to West Coast Arborist Incorporated. I'm aware that West Coast proposal is about $47,000 a year less than Rod's Tree Service, but another city's West Coast Arborist has agreed to one price and then ended up charging significantly more over the course of the contract for various reasons. In Laguna Niguel, as an example, their contract was a not to exceed $140,000 from October 2015 to September 2016, yet they ultimately were paid $301,951, which exceeded their contract by $161,951. That is over a 100% increase on their approved contract. This was not just a one-year issue. From October 2016 to September 2017, their contract was for $247,743, and their charges were $387,743. The same thing will happen to San Clemente. I fully support awarding this contract to Rod's Tree Service, as the contract will be cheaper in the long run. My support for Rod's Tree Service is not just because of the issues with West Coast Arborists, but also for the many things that Rod's Tree Services does for San Clemente community, too many to list under this public comments time limit. Please consider awarding the tree contract to Rod's Tree Service and finding a way to limit costs going forward. Next comment is from Rick Dival. As a longtime local, I appreciate the work and community service that Rod's Tree Service has been associated with over the past decades. They've always been there for our community, participating in all events put on by our city. The city would be remiss in awarding a contract to someone outside the city based on the lowest bid. Quality will be remembered long after price is forgotten. I know I speak for many of us who want them maintained as our tree servicing company. Thank you for your consideration, Rick.
The next communication is from Stephanie Watson. Please award the contract to Rod's Tree Service. San Clemente is still a small town, and we should be supporting our local businesses. They have been in service for a long time and deserve to stay in contract with San Clemente. Please keep our town small and again support businesses of locals who you know will get the job done right.
Next comment is from Michelle Brooks. City leaders, it's been shared that city staff is once again recommending ceasing service with Rod's Tree Service, a San Clemente family-owned business, who I believe is the only company we have ever used here in San Clemente, to instead go with an Anaheim-based company. Why? In the midst of a global pandemic, when our businesses are struggling to survive, why would the leaders of our city, of our own city, choose to not support a local business? Why now? Be the example you want to see in the world. You set the stage for others to follow. If you won't stand up for small businesses, who will? This is an unnecessary change at this time. Please preserve what makes San Clemente great, its small town charm and looking out for its own. This is not the route we want to take. I urge you to not allow staff to make this call. We did not elect them, and they are not representing the heart of San Clemente in this recommendation. That is clear. Who do you represent?
Next communication is from David Lockwood. Rod's Tree Service is the best choice for the San Clemente Annual Tree Maintenance Services contract. Especially now, in these trying times surrounding the COVID-19 pandemic, we need to maintain and encourage local employment of local San Clemente citizens to help make up for others less fortunate. The City of San Clemente has a financial and moral duty to use funds responsibly and to the highest benefit of the community, and keep those funds within San Clemente as much as possible. Rod's Tree Service has the knowledge, skill, equipment, and staff to provide outstanding service at a fair price. Rod's Tree Service is a local San Clemente minority, veteran, and family-owned business that has lived and worked in San Clemente for over 60 years. The majority of the employees live and work in San Clemente. They spend a lot of hard-earned money at the city's businesses and generate additional tax revenue to the City of San Clemente, not cities far away. Rod's Tree Service has been recognized and honored by the Chamber of Commerce for their outstanding contributions to the community. They support many events, such as the annual Memorial Day service and the street fiesta, that bring people pride and additional income to San Clemente. Alternatively, using an outside contractor that has to make about 70 miles round trip each time they perform their services is both costly and environmentally unsound. That time and expense of spent driving back and forth could be better served by performing services locally. This delay could prove dangerous to people and property at the least, and possibly fatal at worst. By choosing a non-local contractor other than Rod's Tree Service, it will cost even more, as the loss of local jobs will in turn create layoffs and unemployment in San Clemente. As a property owner in San Clemente, I have personally used their services many times on various properties. They are reliable, on time, clean, and efficient. Their prices are always reasonable. In an emergency, such as a tree blocking the road, having them local and able to respond quickly is very important from a safety and cost standard. There certainly is a financial benefit to that. Please award the contract to Rod's Tree Service. That is the highest and best use of city funds overall and provides the most benefits to the community. It is the right thing for all San Clemente.
Next comment is from Lindsay Gans. I support Rod's Tree Service because I support local business. With everything that has been going on, everyone should do their part to support local, especially one's own city. They have worked with the city for so many years and have gone above and beyond to support the city, their city. It's time for the city to support them. Please award Rod's Tree Service this contract and keep business local. Next comment is from James Hogan. How are we here again? How is this unfinished business after the council and community announced loud and clear that they did not want to remove a San Clemente business that employs San Clemente residents? This was a resounding no and still should be. Why is executive management pushing an out-of-town vendor after hearing from council and community that they want local service by a local and trusted San Clemente business? I plead with the council to deny this lame effort to once again put this forth in front of you and instead move forward and renew the service with our cherished San Clemente vendor who throws more heart and soul into their service than any possible alternative. There is no price tag for the community support poured out all year long by Rod's Tree Service. It is priceless. Please do the right thing for San Clemente and reject executive management's recommendation and secure Rod's Tree Service for the next 5 years.
Next communication is from Liz Snyder. I am writing in support of the City of San Clemente maintaining its contract and relationship with Rod's Tree Service. Rod's Tree Service has kept our community safe, as well as our trees healthy and beautiful, since the 1970s. Many of the trees they now maintain were planted by the originator of the company. Rod's Tree Service, San Clemente has been home to 3 generations of Rod's Tree Service employees, and the work they do here is done with utmost respect and devotion for our city. They also hire local. 80% of their employees live here in San Clemente. Their paychecks stay within the community. They live, shop, and recreate here. I have been informed that city staff has recommended the city award its tree maintenance services contract to tree contractor West Coast Arborists Incorporated, based out of Anaheim. I urge the city to reconsider this recommendation and extend the city's contract with Rod's Tree Service. Our city council has the power to keep a local business local and should contract our city with a company that has always been San Clemente first. Thank you for your consideration. Next is from Karen Robeson. Please keep Rod's Tree Service for our city. They are an amazing company. They are a family-owned and family-run company. They take pride in their work as they care for the trees, maintaining them for the safety and beautification of our town. All of their workers are polite, pleasant, and clean. They never leave a mess. Their fee is worth the quality of services they provide. They represent San Clemente. We need to keep them. Next is from Leslie Ayala. I am submitting a note supporting the continuation of Rod's Tree Service as holder of the contract for the annual tree maintenance services. We should make a special effort to support local businesses for our city services. Thank you.
Next comment is from Tracy Fitzpatrick. Please award the city contract to Rod's Tree Service. No one knows the trees here in San Clemente better than they do. They take pride in their work because they live here. A company from another city miles away will not care as much as Rod's. Thank you. Next comment is from Susan Sheehan. As a 21-year resident of San Clemente, I would prefer you continue with Rod's Tree Service. Local, honest, dependable. Thank you. Next comment is from Nancy Bracamonte. Please keep Rod's Tree Service as San Clemente's tree service. They have been servicing our city for over 40 years. Our town is special, and we need to keep our services local. It's an insult to look at a company based in Anaheim or any other city when Rod's has taken such great care of our town. We, the people of San Clemente, have elected you to keep our town safe and employ as many locals as possible. Also, by selecting an outside company, you are doing the exact opposite. We urge you to keep local and extend Rod's Tree Service. The next comment is from Chen Yu with Sunrise Cafe and Cafe Calypso. As a business owner in the city of San Clemente for the past 19 years, it saddens me to see that our city council would support another business from another city. Rod's Tree Service has always put their heart and soul into beautifying the city each year for over the past 40 plus years. The business is passed down from their grandfather, Rod, who is still involved in the back end. Now they are a team of brothers, cousins, and best friends who are all very respectful to every business owner in the city. They are very responsible and will always get the job done right for the city. Not only are they providing the great tree services to the city, but they're also a big contributor and supporter to our local businesses, chamber, and the Marines. I'm pleading with the council to save Rod's Tree Service and keep them in our city to continue to beautify our town like they had been doing for the past 40 years. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next communication is from Benjamin Medina of the San Clemente Chamber of Commerce. He's the Ambassador Chair. Dear San Clemente City Council, please see the attached letter in support of encouraging your ability to allow local businesses to stay in business and extend the city contract with Rod's Tree Service. For several decades, Rod's Tree Service has worked to beautify the city of San Clemente in good standing with their contract. The San Clemente Chamber of Commerce ambassadors would like to see that continue for decades to come. And the attached letter says the San Clemente Chamber of Commerce ambassadors firmly believe that council has the power to keep business local. We ask that you reject the current tree maintenance services contract bid and award the contract to Rod's Tree Service. By supporting Rod's Tree Service, a local family-owned and operated business, you are also supporting the local community. Rod's Tree Service has served San Clemente for 50 years. They love what they do, and they play an important role in supporting our city and area communities. They have an excellent reputation within our city by delivering the highest quality service. Rod's Tree Service has proudly kept our community safe, as well as our trees healthy and beautiful since the 1970s. As San Clemente's elected leaders, we ask the council to step up efforts by creating the best environment possible for locally owned businesses. By supporting local businesses, you stand by our city's slogan, one town, one team, and ensure that San Clemente's uniqueness is preserved. Rod's Tree Service cares about our city and are invested in the well-being of our community and its future. We look forward to seeing the city and Rod's Tree Service preserving their long-standing relationship, having served this community together for over a half century. Thank you very much for your time and ongoing local business support. Next communication is from Eric Ward. This tree maintenance contract should be awarded to West Coast Arborists. They are a qualified contractor that provided the lowest bid that meets the requirements. Using WCA will save the city $344,000 over the 5-year contract. The WCA proposal was rated the highest by the city staff specialists. The 30% difference between Rod's and WCA far exceeds the 3% local preference in the San Clemente Code. The purpose of competitive quotations is to get the best price with the most efficient qualified contractor with the lowest overhead and profit. WCA is the right choice.
Next comment is from the email addresses Flores Bunch SC. Please keep Rod's Tree Service for our city. This amazing family-owned business has contributed so much to our town over the past 40 plus years. Isn't that what San Clemente is all about? Family. Please keep Rod's Tree Service. Next comment is from Linda Copered. Please insist on the city staying with Rod's Tree Service. They have done a remarkable job of taking care of the city's trees. I have lived here since 1972. They've also supported the city in all of our projects. They are family-owned and run, and the family lives in town. Next comment is from Walter Aaron Cast. I had the pleasure of working with Rod's Tree Service just after receiving my MS in forestry from Humboldt State. The passion and work that came from this company is unlike any other place I have worked. Allowing the city to outsource the city trees to another large company is a massive mistake. I urge you to change your decision and allow Rods to continue the work they have done for years. Large companies rotate workers and have high turnover. To allow companies like that to take care of such a beautiful city will just degrade the look you have worked so long to achieve and can cause more issues than it resolves. I hope you can take these thoughts in consideration tonight and make the right decision.
Next is from Joyce Kimball. A San Clemente institution that should remain our city's tree service of choice. No other options should be considered.
Next comment is from Tony Rubolino. It seems San Clemente's tree maintenance contract is on the agenda again. I'm having a hard time recalling when we were able to get our legal services the same attention, but I digress. Last time I wrote him with Yelp comments indicating some serious public perception concerns regarding West Coast arborists. This is the Anaheim-based company with a union that San Clemente staff are recommending to replace locally owned and operated Rod's Tree Service. If you recall, staff also recommended a sizable grant to go to FAM for permanent supportive housing recently. I guess staff doesn't always have the best guidance to provide to City Council. Let's review some easily searchable legal issues West Coast arborists have faced in other cities. July 2012, West Coast arborists in Newport Beach were sued for negligence in the 2011 death of a woman crushed by a falling 10-ton eucalyptus tree as she waited to make a left turn in her car at an intersection. And there's a photo attached that I can forward you. An independent review showed the tree to have roots which were diseased and decayed. Newport Beach then had to cut down and remove over 100 eucalyptus trees out of concern for public safety. The woman's parents were later awarded a $1.1 million settlement. April 2013, a Santa Monica City Hall employee fired off a complaint to the DA alleging abuse of public funds associated with a multi-million-dollar contract with West Coast arborists. December 2016, a tree fell at a park in Whittier, killing the mother of the bride at a wedding and critically injuring a 3-year-old with a traumatic brain injury. In May of 2019, the Norwalk Supreme Court allowed for a trial to proceed. An independent specialist determined that extensive root damage could have been detected by at least 5 years before the fall. West Coast arborists trimmed the tree in 2014 and found no problems. May 2020, California Coastal Commission cited Long Beach for an illegal tree trimming project by West Coast arborists that destroyed several great blue heron nests and killed at least one fledgling during nesting season. Speaking of Long Beach, can interim city manager Eric Sund confirm or deny having worked with West Coast arborists during his time employed with the city of Long Beach? City Council, if you're looking to go with the lowest bidder, as the adage goes, you get what you pay for. Let's stick with Rod's Tree Service and support locally owned and operated. The next comment is from Carol Hilborn. Please keep Rod's Tree Service as San Clemente's tree service. They've been servicing our city for 40 years. Our town is special and we need to keep our services local. It's an insult to look at a company based in Anaheim or any other city when Rod's has taken such great care of our town. We, the people of San Clemente, have elected you to keep our town safe and employ as many locals as possible. By selecting an outside company, you are doing the exact opposite. We urge you to keep local and extend Rod's Tree Service.
Next communication is from Michelle June Lee. Hello, hope you are having a great week. I wish I could say the same, but the fact that I am writing yet again regarding this subject matter only 3 months later is unsettling. So I am again following up from my initial message to urge you to keep Rod's Tree Service operating in our town. Furthermore, are you able to provide information and facts as to why you feel the need to replace them with West Coast Arborists Incorporated, based out of Anaheim? What is the reasoning behind this? What will this mean for Rod's Tree Service in the long term? This is rather insulting to our community who thrive off supporting family-owned local businesses. Please do not terminate a 40-plus year relationship between San Clemente and Rod's Tree Service. It is unfair and baseless. Next is from Mike and Sue McGarry. We respectfully ask that you reconsider and award a long-term contract to the well-deserving company, Rod's Tree Service. We have lived in town over 25 years. Rod's has always been our tree servicer. Rod's does amazing things for our town and our Marines, and this too should be considered. Next is from Holly Monson. As a former resident in the city of San Clemente and someone who currently works in San Clemente, I would like to give all of my support to Rod's Tree Service Incorporated. Local businesses are owned by our neighbors, they employ our neighbors, and they create the unique fabric of each community. Rod's knows their customers. They've developed relationships with their regulars, and they give back. Now we must support them and help them thrive, especially during this time. Next is from Joe Rodriguez. Good evening. I was shocked to hear that the city has advised the council to end the long professional relationship between Rod's Tree Service and themselves. Even though I understand that the world is facing hard time, I genuinely believe that we still need to hold ourselves accountable when it comes to our beliefs. The choice between multiple qualified companies is a difficult one, but when you question and evaluate who understand what is needed for the expert maintenance inside the city, then I think the answer is easy. To my understanding, the following was the criteria used to determine who to award the contract to. 1, adequate knowledge of local conditions. 2, experience of key project staff. 3, staff resources capability. 4, work plan approach. 5, project experience. And 6, cost. 70 out of 100 points would be easily be added to RTS. Can the raters please explain their grading on how RTS, who would be considered the baseline due to how long they have had the contract, scores in the 70s? As someone who conducts government sales, I do not understand why the city does not have a local preference grading scale or small business set aside. The city of San Clemente is only successful because of small businesses. The city is viewed as a nice small beach town. Without having local businesses to set us apart, we are no different than any other city in the area. We have pride in our residents and we support them. Why do people buy from small businesses when we know at times it will typically cost more? The reason is because we want to support our neighbors. Local businesses are invested in their communities and spend hours outside of work helping improve it and ensuring its future. RTS has funded everything from social events to sponsoring local students. The citizens care about our own and want to see them succeed. When we do not support our locals, we force them out of the area just to find business. When you spend money on a locally owned business, you are keeping the money in the city. The city of San Clemente has a decision to make. This decision will not just be a one and done deal. It will define how the city moves forward with its policy on preference for local owned San Clemente businesses. How can you expect to motivate your citizens to go out and support local businesses, which is a true reason why San Clemente is great, when the city will not? If it is truly about the money, then when now know the priorities of the city and that they are willing to go with businesses well outside of the city to save a penny. Know that the image of the city and their support of local businesses will forever be changed. Those who are employed with RTS are a part of the community, and ending your long relationship with them will force them to find work outside the city. This decision is simple. Do you value and support your local business owners, or are you willing to employ large companies outside of your area? And the next one is from Wayne Eggleston, former mayor and planning commission. Please continue with Rod's Tree Service. They have been with the city for 40 years and are the best.
And then we have just one final comment. Dear San Clemente City Council, once again, it seems that we are on the verge of outsourcing another one of our city services. Rod's Tree Service are well-trained professionals who are also multi-generational community members. Their competence has been repeatedly attested to, but their personal kindness and thoughtfulness bears repeating over and over. They are amazing at every level. Please keep them on as our professional tree maintenance service. Thank you for your time, Gloria Sinclair. That's all I have for public comments.
I move to close public comment.
Second.
Okay, we don't have, Councilmember Ham, we don't have to close public comment. It's not a public hearing, but anyway, so do we have a staff report on this?
Yes. This is Tom Vonnegut, Public Works Director, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson. I have a few notes if that's, I can make those at this time.
Sure, that'd be great for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson and the City Council members. This is Tom Vonnegut, Public Works Director. Just want to make a few key points as I noted. If you recall, at your July 7th meeting, the Council adopted a new city policy that provides a procedure for selection of general services contractors, such as the tree maintenance contract that you're considering tonight. With that policy in place and at Council's direction, staff did develop a request for proposals, or RFP, which included detailed project specification as well as evaluation criteria based on those in the new city policy, and upon which submitted proposals would be in fact evaluated. I want to note that unlike a competitive bid solicitation where the lowest cost from a responsive and responsible bidder is the sole determinant for a contract award, this RFP process can and did include several other factors such as local experience, a company's staff resources and capabilities, etc. As noted in the staff report, the RFP evaluation criteria were included in Section 4 of the RFP document so that all prospective proposers would be aware of the basis of the proposal evaluation. And as noted in the report, the main part of that RFP document was attached and provided to the staff report tonight. The city received 3 proposals by the specified due date from Rod's Tree Service, United Pacific Services, and West Coast Arborists. And then subsequently, a review panel of department directors was formed, as noted in the report, to further evaluate and rank the proposals to provide a recommendation to your council. As the table on page 2 of the staff report shows, the panel unanimously ranked highest the proposal by West Coast Arborists. This was due to the overall highest quality of the proposal, which clearly demonstrated West Coast Arborist qualifications and extensive tree maintenance and experience and expertise and extensive municipal agency experience, as well as competitive cost. It's for those reasons, therefore, that staff recommended and is recommending that council approve a contract with West Coast Arborist, which, as noted, which will, over the life of the contract, result in at least $344,000 in savings compared to the highest cost proposal. I think on a final note, I want to make it very clear to the council and the public that staff has nothing against Rod's Tree Service. We conducted this RFP evaluation in accordance with the council direction per the policy adopted by the city council, and we made a recommendation to your council based on the proposals that were submitted and the evaluation criteria that were applicable to this solicitation. Nothing more, nothing less. So with that, that concludes my remarks, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vonnegut. Does council have any questions before we discuss? Well, I do. So, Mr. Vonnegut, I've been taking some notes, listening to the speakers. So many excellent speakers tonight. And I'm looking at the table on page 2 with the 3 companies, the proposers who submitted bids. And it looks like the rating process was more stacked in terms of the lower price, but I don't see in this package what the grading reports were in terms of the exact details they were looking for in these companies. Like, for instance, we heard some pretty tragic stories tonight of incidents, real life, that happened. And were safety records considered when you were, rating these? Because we certainly can't overlook safety. That's number one, even over price. And then, just looking at this, if you take the price out of it, I mean, it looks like Rod's Tree Service clearly wins. I mean, I don't know of any public safety incidents in their 40-plus years, but could you answer that question in terms of what was rated and were safety records considered?
Well, I can answer part of it. Certainly, the proposal was not actually stacked for cost. If based on the evaluation criteria in the proposal, cost was less than 1/3 of the total score, and 70% of the 100-point total, if you will, were based on factors other than cost. So compared to a bid solicitation, cost was actually a greatly diminished factor. In terms of safety, we go on what's in the proposal. I'm aware of a lot of these issues raised by commenters. I can just tell you your staff is not concerned that West Coast could provide a safe working environment. A lot of those issues raised, frankly, are not even attributable to West Coast Arborists. That's easily verified by Google searches. I won't debate those items tonight. They are a reputable company. They service literally hundreds of municipal agencies, have been doing so successfully. And in our contact with other agencies, those agency representatives were quite satisfied. That's the best I could answer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vonnegut. Now, where are you looking at? What page are you on when you were saying the criteria regarding the cost and the other variables? Where is that? I'm looking at page 2 and I don't see it.
It's on it. I'm referring now to the staff report packet numbering. It would be page 24 of the packet.
Okay. Okay.
18-24.
24. Okay. All right. And then, thank you, Ms. Vonnegut. I'll take a look at that so I don't take up too much time. I'll look while others are talking. But I just also wanted to note that knowing they've been, Rod's Tree Service has been our vendor for over 40 years in our community. I mean, we're very unique in San Clemente to be able to have a full service tree maintenance company, because, I mean, West Coast Arborist has so many clients, so to speak, all over cities, and I can't imagine those cities have what we do. It's very special to us here in San Clemente to have them right here, front and ready to respond. And we've heard a lot of great stories tonight about that. But if we were also to monetize all of the things they do and all the freebies, right, to the cities, the churches, the nonprofits, and to the Marines with our Adopt a Marine program, I mean, it's clear that, that's tens of thousands of dollars every year. But anyway, all right. And Council, do we have any other comments or questions?
I have for Mr. Vonnegut, and I asked this question before, I think several months ago. Have you looked at the number of lawsuits that West Coast Arborists have been involved in? Additionally, the allegations of cost overruns, things of that nature. Was that part of your grading process?
No, it was not explicitly part of our grading process. Again, we looked at the information provided in the references. That said, I am aware of those issues, and let me just tackle 2 of them to answer most directly your question. The cost overruns, it sounds like, has to do with the issue in Laguna Niguel and the contract going way over cost. Again, easily verified with a Google search and asking any employees. And I should note, West Coast Arborist is still under contract with Laguna Niguel. That was not an issue with performance by West Coast Arborist. And as confirmed by an independent audit, that was 100% an issue with city staff exceeding their prescribed contractual approval authorities. They directed work to West Coast, who performed work as directed, but the city authority, they exceeded their authority. So that's not really a reflection on West Coast Arborist. The lawsuit, the first one mentioned in Newport Beach, what the commenter failed to mention is that the city and its insurer paid all but a pittance of that settlement and took responsibility. That was not West Coast Arborist. I don't have an answer on all the others, but some of them are old. Again, it's a large company with almost 300 agencies. That will happen, but we don't have those concerns that that's going to impede in any way performance by West Coast Arborists should you award the contract to them.
I have a question for the city attorney. Mr. Smith, are you there?
Yeah, I'm all set.
What exposure do we have if we don't go with West Coast Arborist?
There's some pretty significant exposure here if we don't do that. This is left to the council's discretion, and we would defend any decision you made. But as a bottom line, where you or I might take subjective criteria into consideration as to where to shop, to patronize a downtown merchant as opposed to an international chain, and where we might choose to spend more money in that regard. The city doesn't have that prerogative, and I don't mean to belittle that consideration as it was expressed by the public so capably tonight. But where you or I get to direct our shop based on subjective factors, loyalty, past relationships with a merchant, the city is not able to do that. State law requires that awards of contracts be awarded and given competitively based on competition and not based on favoritism or past successes, I should say. The city in this case had criteria in place that mandated award to low bid. West Coast won that competition twice, and we set aside that criteria to look at the criteria that's before you on page 24 of the staff report, which takes into account subjective factors. I actually think that there's a lot of incumbency and preference for incumbency built into that criteria. Experience of project staff, knowledge of local conditions. When you think about it, that does give an incumbent a lot of edge in this sort of qualitative contest. But having set aside low bids twice, rewritten your policies, taken the proposers through that, to set that aside at this point, I could talk about it more in closed session, but you asked about exposure, and I think that it would be something that would create a lot of concern on my part.
Okay, and so back in June, we looked at it from a public works contract, and this was a professional services contract?
It can be awarded either way. So you did it as a low bid public works price only consideration previously, and this time around you've done it as a services contract, which allows you to take factors other than the price into account. So it was a bid public works project. This time it was contested. It was advertised as a public services contract, and these services, the state law allows you with this kind of service to use either process.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Oh, sorry. Thanks, Councilmember James, for your questions. I did want to point out to City Attorney that safety record was not one of the evaluation criteria, and I found the page Mr. Vonnegut had indicated, but it isn't in there. Safety record should have been an evaluation criterion in this. I just wanted to point that out. It's not.
It could have been, but it wasn't. Yeah.
No, it should have been. Any more questions or comments? Or a motion?
Yeah, I'll jump in. Sorry, Gene, were you not done?
I'm just going to make a comment, and that is, I've never met Mr. Rodriguez. He's never met me. We don't know each other. I listened to his story at Chamber of Commerce back pre-COVID, and this is an amazing individual. This is the great American success story. You know, born and raised on an Indian reservation, joined the Marine Corps, was a police officer here in town, went to college, started his own business here. I simply cannot support walking away from Rod's tree service, and that's my comment. It's not like West Coast's going to come in and employ people from San Clemente. It's not like West Coast is going to come in and support the 2-4 Marines with pre-deployment dinners, Christmas Christmas dinners. Rod Tree Service has been a part of this community, and I am just not going to be able to walk away from Rod's Tree Service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember James. Do we have any other comments? Council members, Ham, Ward?
Yeah, this is Chris. First off, let me just say, Rod is rad. I love those guys. I think they do great work. But what I do find comical about this evening is I've heard the term fiscal conservative being thrown out by you, Laura. I've heard the term transparent. I've heard that you're against legal costs. What I find interesting about all that stuff is, as a fiscal conservative this evening, you're willing to look away from $344,000 over 5 years. You talk about transparency, yet this evening you said they've clearly won some whimsical bid in your mind that you haven't brought any report to show the rest of council. And then you're against legal fees. But you just heard from our attorney that it's going to be high exposure. So apparently you're more interested in lining the pockets of BBK than looking out for the best interests of the residents of San Clemente. Sounds like we've already made a decision on this. I just don't like people throwing out edicts of what they live by until it most benefits them and their friends, which in this case, clearly, your friends are Rod's Tree Service.
Okay, would you like to make a motion, Councilmember Ham, to adopt staff's recommendation?
No, I'll let you guys make a motion.
Well, we have a motion on the table by staff. Would you like to make the motion, or would you, Councilmember Ward, like to make the motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, Councilmember James?
So I would like to make a motion to reject West Coast at this time. And I think, Mayor Pro Tem, you brought up a good point that safety record should be part of the criteria in rating the bidders. And I would like staff to go back and put safety criteria into the calculus here.
Okay, thank you for your motion, Councilmember James. I'm happy to second your motion. And let's go ahead and take a vote. Councilmember Ward?
Sorry, if I could just intervene, I think
Yes,
I know what Councilmember James, I think what you meant to say, Gene, is that you would reject all proposals and instruct staff to re-advertise, adding that criteria to the award criteria.
Absolutely.
So you would be starting again, not trying to resurrect this one.
Exactly.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you for allowing me.
Certainly. Councilmember Ham?
Yeah, I'm going to be a no vote, and I'm hoping this evening that I don't hear from the two of you that you're fiscal conservatives or that you've got transparency or reducing legal costs. Scott, I want to congratulate you on the new contract you just got in defending the city on this one, and the hundreds of thousands of dollars you're going to be making off this poor choice being made. That being said, I love you guys at Rod's. You guys rock. I support you 100%, but this is a dumb decision, so I'm a no.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councilmember Ham, for your comments. Councilmember Ward?
I didn't make any comments on this earlier, but just hearing what is on the table, I'm going to have to be a no also. I greatly support local business and care about local business, but we've done this bid twice, and I cannot walk away from a rating by our three directors where they didn't come in top, and we are asked to spend $344,000 more. I just can't justify it. So okay. I'm going to have to be a no, and it's regrettably.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councilmember Ward. So we are tied. Was anyone like to make a substitute motion tonight? Another
I only heard 2 people vote.
Pardon? Yeah.
I only heard 2 people vote.
Oh, okay. Let's go ahead and take a vote on this. Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Councilmember Ferguson? I'm an aye, so that ties 2-2. With Ferguson and James voting yes, and Ham and Ward voting no. So that's fails to pass. Is there a substitute motion you'd like to make, Councilmember Ham or Councilmember Ward?
Well, I can read the tea leaves. I can see it's 2-2, so I'm ready to head on over to new business, which is the warrant register.
Well, I welcome your motion if you'd like to make it. So no motion, no substitute motion. Okay.
Well, I don't want to give you the opportunity to go back on your edict of being a financial conservative and being transparent and not wanting to raise legal costs. Now you've already decided to do the opposite of all three of those things.
I just want you to be transparent. If you want to recommend staff's recommendation to hire West Coast Arborist, let's hear it. That's all. Who's giving you that opportunity? So, okay, so where are we at? We are at it fails, so it's status quo. So we continue on. Scott, City Attorney? We continue on it as a month to month? What do we do?
I don't know. We'll have to evaluate that.
Okay.
So
All right.
I think we've done that maybe as long as we can.
Okay.
So we'll have to look at your options tomorrow.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, City Attorney, for that. All right, City Clerk?
Yes, the next item is item 9A. That's the warrant register and payroll register.
Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt.
Okay, I'll second that. So Councilmember James made a motion to adopt the warrant register and payroll register, and Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson seconded. Let's take a vote. Councilmember Han?
Aye.
Thank you. And Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thanks. And Councilmember James?
Aye.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's an aye. That passes unanimously 4-0.
Okay, the next item is item B. That's a report from the interim city manager concerning a code amendment relating to special event permits.
Okay. Mr. Sund? Oh, you're on mute, Mr. Sund. You're on mute.
How's that?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam City Clerk, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. Tonight before you, you have a code amendment to the special events permit as it's highlighted in the staff report. And I want to give a special thanks to Scott Smith, our City Attorney, as well as Samantha Wiley and Adam Atanian, who have been working in conjunction and collaboration on this amendment. There are some flaws in the existing special events permit code. And so this, in essence, is cleaning up those flaws and making it a better and a clearer ordinance for implementation for special event permits. I'll stop with my report and take any questions from City Council, or we can also inquire with the City Attorney, Scott Smith. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sun. I have a question. Where did this originate from? Because it's a change in an ordinance, change in a law, right? Making modifications, and that typically or always should be coming from council, not staff. So why did this originate? Where did it come from?
I'll start, Mayor Pro Tem, and then ask City Attorney to come in. So just like when we hired Matt Silver and there were certain things within our code as it related to enforcement and other types of things, there are occasions where we'll see flaws within our ordinances that require to be freshened up and more or less brought to the future of, you know, the current rules and regulations. And so this is one of those where we saw flaws within it and felt the need to bring it back to the council to clean it up and amend those codes.
Okay.
You want to add?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. No, that's fine. I noticed we don't have any notification to people, so there's no notification to people, groups, nonprofits who have, or others that have events, special events in town. So they weren't notified on this. It would have been good to involve them and get their comment, input on this. I even think it'd be good to have a workshop. There's some significant changes being proposed. And especially I'm concerned, and I'll ask the city attorney some of my other questions pertaining to free speech and right to assemble, but did any of this come about because of the free speech events and protests that we've had during COVID? Was that the impetus for any of this?
No, ma'am. This came about in regards to, again, just looking at this ordinance that's significantly outdated and not meeting the current demands within the city. And so this SCP, I can't even recall how long it's been on the books, but significantly outdated and it need to be modernized. We had actually, early in 2020, we had identified this as an issue, but put it on the shelf, so to speak, in light of the pandemic, and now have brought it back to the council.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney, I have a question then. It's regarding the new definition of special event. That would be on the page 2, it's called 9B2 page. Any organized activity. Any organized activity, regardless of the numbers of persons, right, would it be deemed a special event now? But, you know, protecting our liberties and freedoms, people who come and have a protest or they assemble, you know, just to support a specific cause. Like, for instance, this weekend, there was a wonderful gathering of people, a lot of people on the Parque Del Mar that were organized and just having signs and making sure people were aware of human trafficking, right? So we can't, and correct me if I'm wrong, or let me just ask you, are you saying that we have to require that they have a special event permit now?
Well, this is for the council's consideration, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Let me say by way of preface that nobody knows on the council, on City Hall, even at the Sheriff's Department, what does or doesn't require a special event permit in San Clemente. You could, there have been several discussions from the dais about invitational activities on the beach. Your Parks and Recreation staff is completely stymied and, in their defense, inconsistent in how they apply it. The protests that you mentioned a minute ago, the sheriff couldn't even tell in looking at our ordinance if they needed a permit or not. So my goal here is clarity, not to regulate this. I actually have no skin in the game and no preference whatsoever. This is before you, for you to decide if you want to allow activities like this to preempt and occupy exclusively public facilities or not. And if you don't, then it won't be regulated. So I don't have any agenda here. I just want to make that clear, and neither does your staff who assisted in this. The draft before you, however, requires that if you're going to organize something that you expect will involve 50 or more people, that could be 100, it could be 200, or 20 people in smaller parks, that you need to come in and get a special event permit. But guess what? I didn't even tell you for ILR. So that's another very important facet of this. And the larger part of this is telling organizers like that what their what the criteria will be for reviewing their permit. And I invite council to look at that and either amend that or delete that criteria if you don't think it's important. The concern, if I want to defend the draft here, is that when you have groups of that number occupying a city property, that's more than just a birthday party or more than a pickup game. And in your director's minds, that preempts normal use of the facility or casual use by other patrons. And so it's striking that balance between an organized activity like the one you mentioned and the day-to-day use of that facility by other residents. In the case of something that happens spontaneously, that's another important constitutional facet that we've built in here. Your ordinance before required more than a month's lead time if you were going to organize an event. And this has an exception for activities like perhaps when you mentioned that are spontaneous, that are driven by day-to-day events, or that something happens that's unusual, that spurs the need to gather and to engage in expressive activity. Most communities don't accommodate for that. If it happened just now, if it happened yesterday, you're not able to go and organize that event on that expressive event on city property. This ordinance has a sliding scale that must be compressed, even if people have to stay late and process a permit, to take into account those spontaneous events. So the balance between normal everyday use of a facility and exclusive use of a facility by an organized event is for the council to direct. But the definition that you pointed to in A was our best effort to kind of gauge at what point the facility really isn't available for me or you to go down with some KFC and look at the sunset and enjoy it. So that's for you to determine, but I am absolutely for providing greater clarity because right now
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. Yeah, because page 9B11, for instance, the section exceptions to the special event permit requirement, I do see item C, which is lawful picketing. Is that what this example that I gave you from Sunday would fall under? Lawful picketing?
No, that is exception that's brought into the ordinance that's mandated by California's Myers-Milius Act. State law requires that we'll be able to picket, and that's defined in the Myers-Milius Brown Act. So this is a recognition of that,
okay,
of that state mandate.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see where we have the freedoms, right? The free speech is protected, a right to assemble. We don't have that as an exclusion to the special event permit, and we need to. It's wrong to not have that included. It's probably illegal, too. So we need to protect those liberties and freedoms of people to be able to assemble without having to come in and apply for a special event permit. Okay, it just was surprised me. I didn't see this one coming, and nobody's noticed. And I really would advise and encourage the council to have us include all of those people who have special events in town to be part of this process.
If I could, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I'll speak for Eric too. There is no rush on this, except to say that we have advised that the city not enforce its current ordinance at all because of the vagaries and the standardless review that's in there now. So it's been months since that ordinance has been enforced at all because it's really not workable constitutionally.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney.
Yeah, I think we need a special event code. But to your point, Mayor Pro Tem, if you were to make a motion to have staff go back and include interested parties in development of this, I would support that.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember James. All right, so, and is there any more comments from council members?
Yeah,
Please.
I'll jump in here. So this whole thing, as I recall, started last year, Laura, when you had a concern over body surfing contest down on the beach. And so I think staff initiated some changes because our rules weren't tight enough then. I will point out that we do have free speech areas located down at the pier. Every large event we hold where we require a special event permittee to have a free speech area as well. Is this something that you were pushing for last year? I'm surprised that you're opposed to it this year. I'm going to be supporting it. I think we need to get this wrapped up and cleaned up so we don't have any more body surfing issues moving forward.
Oh, thank you, Councilmember Ham. It's unfortunately we never got a chance to deal with that and address that as well, that policy violation. Okay, so you want to make a motion, Councilmember? Wait, we have a motion. Councilmember James, was that your motion on the table?
No, I was suggesting you make a motion.
Okay. Okay, we'll start with Councilmember Ham's motion since he made a formal motion already. Do we have a second? Unless you have some comments, Councilmember Ward. I think I heard you.
Laura, I need you to restate your motion because I'm not sure what we're voting on.
Okay, Councilmember Ham, would you like to read your motion?
Yeah, I'll read a motion. I just want to clarify for the record once again that apparently if you're friends with Laura, then the rules don't apply. But when you're not friends with Laura, then the rules do apply. So with that, I'll move that you introduce ordinance number 17-05, entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending Chapter 8.72 of the San Clemente Municipal Code relating to special events and finding the ordinance exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
All right.
And I'd like to second that, Council, because this is an important update to our special events permits, and I think it's required to control the public right-of-way and make it so that everyone gets to use it.
Thank you, Councilmember Ham, for making the motion, and Councilmember Ward for seconding the motion. Let's go ahead and take a vote. Yes, Councilmember James?
So I support everything that Councilmember Ward said, and some of what Councilmember Ham had to say. I will be voting no on that with the intention of, I do agree that groups and individuals who have big gatherings, that we know who they are, need to be brought into this process and comment on this process. So I will not vote this evening on this, but in all likelihood in the future, after we have discussed it and socialized it across different groups, I would be in favor of this.
Okay, thank you
So,
for your
Gene,
comment.
with that comment, Gene, are you going to be the guy that's going to reach out to BLM and Trump and all the other groups that have come through San Clemente in the last 10 years? I mean, how do we properly notice that other than the notice that was happened in the SC Times and posting of our agenda?
I think I'm talking about local groups, church groups, that sort of thing, to have events in parks. I'm not going to be the guy that's going to reach out to the Trump campaign or to BLM on this matter. But I would like to get more community input on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember James. Okay, so let's go ahead. I'm a no, so Councilmember Ferguson's a no, so that's tied 2-2. So I'm happy to make a substitute motion since that motion failed.
So, Laura, real quick, I didn't get to vote on the motion that I made.
Oh, would you like to vote, Councilmember Ham? Sorry, my
Yeah, I'd just like to
apologies.
register my vote as an aye. Thank you.
Right. So, and also you had mentioned these groups, political type groups. I had asked the question earlier if that was the purpose of this. Are you saying that's the purpose of this now, this ordinance? Is that how you see it? I'm just curious. Is that why this came
Can you
about?
ask the question again? It was a little jumbled. Sorry.
Yeah, is this the impetus for this wasn't regarding the political groups. You know, they have free speech protected rights to assemble, but you're saying to reach out to them?
Can you clarify your question for me?
Yeah, are you saying we need to reach out to them? Because that's not what this was about, this ordinance. I asked staff earlier, and it wasn't about the political groups. So I'm just trying to see why
you're the one who's saying we need to reach out and do more than what we were legally required to do in posting notification of our agenda. I don't see how every other agenda item we've noticed this evening is sufficient, but for some reason this one is not sufficient. So I'm not calling out any groups individually. You were the ones who said that we need to reach out to those groups. So if there's any groups that need to be reached out to that aren't sufficient through the posting and notification of our agenda process, then I think we should probably look at that as a whole. We should agendize that for future discussion. But doing it for this one item seems a bit unfair.
Oh, well, okay. Well, if it pertains to special events, I think they should all have been noticed, but that's my opinion. But anyway, so that motion fails. So I'll make a substitute motion. Even if it fails, I'd like to make the substitute motion for us to bring back this ordinance after noticing all the groups that have special event permits already with the city. I think they should be involved in this process and have an opportunity to provide comment before we adopt this. So I would like to defer this item and to a future meeting to make sure there's ample notice to those groups that we have on record having obtained special event permits. I think that would be adequate. we have a good record of those. Many are repeat events each year. Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember James. So let's go ahead and vote. Councilmember Ham?
Yes, so if I can just clarify your motion, you want staff to take a look at previous special event permit holders and make notification to those individuals who've actually gone through the process and got the permit, but your concern is about the people who aren't officially getting special event permits. So how are you going to reach out to them if they're the ones not getting the permits currently? Can you clarify that before I vote?
Yeah, we're making amendments to the ordinance, so those who have gone through the special event permit process need to know what these changes are. We can't possibly know, Councilmember Ham, who's going to come and file for a permit, but we do have a list, a record, a spreadsheet on the computer that can show us who has obtained those, so they're aware of the amendments to our ordinance.
So I don't know that we have enough. I don't know if we have enough staff time or staff at this point to be allocating time to go back and look through special event permits. I guess my point of this discussion is that if you're applying for a special event permit, when you come to the desk to get that permit, you're going to be notified of what the rules and regulations are at that point in time. So you'll be up to speed if you didn't take the time to read the notice agenda this evening. So that being said, I'm comfortable with a deferral, but expecting staff to go back through the archives, I think is a bit too much of an ask at this point.
Okay, and Mr. Sund, we have Ms. Wiley on the phone. Ms. Wiley, how difficult is to print out a list of those who have obtained special events permits? Mr. Sund, could you respond? Because maybe Ms. Wiley's not actually on the line. Could you let us know how difficult would that be to just print that out and notice them?
I want to say roughly off the top of my head, we issued upwards of 300 special event permits for the 2019 calendar year. I think, and I'm just talking out loud, I think to Councilmember James's point, we have a lot of community partners, FAM, the Chamber, Ocean Festival, who all utilize the SEP process. And so I think if you narrow down your search or your want to those community partners that we interact with on an annual and a regular basis with these special event permits, that would be much more manageable. We do get a lot of one-offs that come and do something, but I think to Councilmember James's point, that would be manageable for staff to share with them the draft ordinance and then bring it back to the City Council if there are any concerns.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sund. That would be great. I just don't want folks to come by to us later at future meetings, because it does happen sometime, and then they say they didn't know about it, right? And that could...
And if I may, Mayor Pro Tem, I think one thing that's a good point is that all of our community partners go through the process and are used to the special event process. And I think the clarity in this amendment will make it easier for them. But I think the other part of this process is for those, and this is not talking about the free speech and the right to gather. This is talking about those, if you will, rogue individuals who utilize the public space without a permit. And the whole purpose of the special event permit is to create a balance, if you will, with the public and the applicant, so that the public still has the right to enjoy the amenities of the public parks and not be impacted by reservations or a congregate of people that are having a party or whatever the case is. And so I think the cleanup is really focusing on those individuals and giving them clearer parameters of how they can engage the city to get a permit and utilize city property. But staff has no problem talking to the community partners. I again feel that that will be something that they're very agreeable to.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mr. Sund.
And Mayor Pro Tem, and with that of what the interim city manager just brought up, I would definitely be a yes vote upon getting that feedback.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember James. So let's go ahead. So we have Ferguson, yes, James, yes, and Councilmember Ward.
So,
Councilmember Ward?
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember James, I need to clarify. It is it bringing it back to another meeting after the people that have an SAP are notified that we are modifying it? Is that the motion?
Yes, it is. And they'd be noticed, of course, on the agenda report, too. Yeah, yes, it is. And they'd be noticed on the agenda report that comes back as well. We typically have notification is the last item on all agenda reports. It says notification. This doesn't have it, but, you know, it'd be notified on whatever comes back to us. That'd be good.
Right. So
that's all.
I'll agree to it under those terms. I would like to say that what you're worried about isn't an issue. The people that have the SAPs already have them, and they are abiding by their current SAP. I think this is just people who we don't know who they're going to be, protecting our public right-of-way. And that's what we do. This is a normal thing. This isn't anything that is out of the ordinary. And updating our permits is something that we do continually throughout the year, every year. So I would agree to it based on those parameters. My vote would be a yes.
Okay. All right, great. And let me ask a question of you, Mr. Sund. Is this something that Parks and Recreation should be looking at first before we actually vote on it?
Not necessarily. I think what would be probably the most beneficial path is to work with our community partners who utilize this. I mean, and one thing I think it's important to point out is, you know, one of the points that we're changing is originally if you were a group of 20 or more gathering, you would need a special event permit. This code amendment is changing that number to 50 or more, so that anybody 50 or less gathering wouldn't need a special event permit. So it's actually kind of going the opposite direction a little bit, but again, having the right controls in place and parameters. But I think working with the community groups or the community partners would be the most appropriate path.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for your input. Okay, Councilmember Ham?
I'm still a no.
Okay, thank you very much. So we went ahead and had a motion and by Ferguson and a second by Councilmember James, and that passes 3-1. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, the next item, item 9C, relates to AB 571 concerning local campaign contribution limits. This assembly bill requires that council, by no later than December 31st of this year, determine a course of action with regard to local campaign contribution limits for elective city office candidates. Options available to you are either to do nothing and rely on the state default restrictions, which is currently $4,700 per contributor, but that will change. Or you could establish limitations that are higher or lower than the state default amounts. So this is agendized to enable you to make that determination.
Okay, great report. Thank you, City Clerk. Do we have any discussion on this? Any questions? No? Hearing none, I'm happy to make a motion for this item if we don't have any questions or discussion. I'd like to make a motion to do nothing under this scenario as of January 1, 2021, assuming the city has not established its own local limitations. The statewide campaign contribution restriction of $4,700 from one individual per calendar year shall be imposed by default on those running for elective office, and the FPPC will take responsibility for enforcing the restriction. And that means no cost to us for any enforcement, as the other options would require. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councilmember Ham. Let's go ahead and vote. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember James?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Han?
Aye.
Thanks. And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's an aye. That passes unanimously 4-0.
Okay, and the next item is oral communications part 2. I don't have any speaker cards unless Laura has received something.
I do not have any speaker cards, no.
Okay, then moving on to reports. The first thing is COVID-19 update by the city manager.
Thank you, City Clerk, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. A couple of brief things. We have begun the process of making reservations for the back nine on the golf course. So individuals that were having concerns about that, we have now made that an option that they can do that online reservation. So the back nine are open. We do plan on coming back to council at the September 15th meeting. We know that it's getting darker earlier, and some of our permitted parks, such as Vista Hermosa, have some permitted youth sports camps that want to extend their hours, and so we're going to be working on a solution for the September 15th meeting to allow for permitted youth sports camps to go beyond 8 o'clock at Vista Hermosa and some other select locations, so that'll be coming forward to the City Council. Last night, the health officer, Dr. Chow, indicated that the state had communicated to the county that the County of Orange is on the cusp of going to the next step, the next tier, which is the red tier, which is categorized as substantial, tier 3. We're currently, the county are in step 4, which is prohibition, which is purple. In step 3, if the county was able to go to that level, that would allow some indoor activities with modifications, specifically 25% occupancy. And then I believe 14 days after that determination, then schools would be afforded some additional, I guess, loosening of restrictions in terms of in-school learning. So that's something that we'll keep a tight monitor on to make sure that we're aware of that and communicate to the City Council. I know that a number of our parks are getting utilized on a regular basis, and I want to compliment the Sheriff's Department for assisting in those parks, as we do see an increase of activity in the evening hours. And so, you know, it's always important for the city to maintain a balance of life for the residents and quality of life and work to not impact them. And we're working with a number of different community groups on those issues that they're facing and being impacted with. And while the Sheriff's Department is being a fantastic partner and assisting with that, we're also getting assistance from our park rangers under code enforcement, which has also been beneficial. And they are also now providing parking enforcement to the city in public parking spaces. So the park rangers are now actively enforcing in a number of public parking lots, which we appreciate. And with that, I'll end my city manager report, and that's it. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sund. I wanted to ask too if that would the lights that are going to be extended somewhat for soccer coming back on the 15th, could that extend to the tennis courts as well? I've been hearing from tennis players that it's getting pretty dark on them before 8 o'clock now too, and they can't play. So can we make sure to include them as well, the courts?
We're looking at that, and when we bring that back on the 15th, that'll be something that if we have a recommendation, we'll bring forward.
Perfect. That'd be wonderful. And then also I wanted to know, do we, and I apologize because I haven't found it, it might be on there, but do we have the COVID costs that we've incurred on the various items? Because I know reporting for CARES Act is coming up. I think it's next week.
We did bring an agenda item before the council that identified the appropriation of the $570,000 and indicated kind of a rough breakdown. We are working with the state and the county and reporting those expenditures, and we have no problems meeting those timetables of reporting and allocating those dollars appropriately.
So the specifics, there's the specific spreadsheets there showing the...
We're currently reconciling our CARES Act dollars with our expenditures.
Okay, because that's due. The reporting, isn't that due, I believe, September 4th, the CARES Act dollar report?
Dates. There's a December date. I believe there's a September and October date, but we're well aware of those dates, and we'll make sure that we're
okay. That one's the September 4 one's coming up quick. Okay, excellent. Thanks. Are there any questions from council?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Sun, park rangers, are they enforcing parking on the street or just in the parking lots?
Currently, their enforcement powers is strictly in public parking lots. And so they are not doing residential parking enforcement. They're focusing purely on their public parking lots. That's something that we will probably be looking at down the road. But from a staffing standpoint, we wanted to make the first step with our public parking lots first.
So explain to me how the RSVPs had authority to do it, but the park rangers don't. Is that correct?
Well, to a degree. So yes, the RSVPs were issuing citations on Del Mar predominantly and the public parking lots. When our code compliance manager, Adam Atamian, took over and went through all of the necessary steps to really have the appropriate boxes checked, both from a post-certification standpoint and a training standpoint, as well as a code modification to clearly delineate their authority, those steps were taken to ensure that the park rangers had adequate enforcement capabilities.
And will we be able to give them that authority one day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when do we anticipate that?
I don't know. I can definitely report back to the council. I know that it was quite a monumental effort to get to this point with the post-certifications and the employees and the training and the ticket books. But I believe that was the biggest hurdle, and so it wouldn't necessarily be too hard to get to the next one. But I can definitely report back to the council when I have more information.
And then I have one other question, and I'm getting this a lot. And am I correct, if we were to end the state of emergency, a lot of things would go away? Would outdoor dining go away?
Yes, sir. So a number of the things that we have under our current emergency declaration, specific to outdoor dining, specific to a number of other amenities. We've got the Pier Bowl as well as funding relative to COVID and so forth. Those would all be in jeopardy, if you will, if a declaration to end the emergency occurred.
And where's those COVID dollars spent?
Currently, the COVID dollars are being dispersed not only to cover security costs that we had or equipment that we bought for doing barricading on Del Mar or the Pier Bowl. We're also recouping some of our sheriff's COVID costs via those COVID dollars, so it's offsetting our sheriff costs. We're also actually able to recoup some of our costs via personnel. So I think the council's aware we've redeployed some personnel specifically to address COVID, whether it's economic development or public communications, and so those costs are also recoverable under the COVID Act, and so we'll be also going for those dollars under the emergency.
Great. And so as it relates to outdoor dining, and I still haven't, I think it's great. I want it to continue. If, as far as I'm concerned, I would like to see it be part of the San Clemente landscape. But can we use COVID dollars to heighten the safety and security of those locations that are dining on the street? Just in case the car, not paying attention. Can we have some barriers there and pay that through COVID dollars?
Yes, sir. And I think based on your last direction from our previous council meeting on the 18th, there were a number of points that were conveyed about, Del Mar one way, extending the park, or extending the Pier Bowl for more outdoor dining. And one of those was also looking at some safety measures as well as consistency with outdoor dining. And so the short answer is yes, and we are currently working on acquiring that equipment.
That concludes my questions. Thank you, sir. That's all I have, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Councilmember James. And I wanted to make a comment, though, on that even when COVID goes away, there's nothing that prohibits the council from changing its ordinance to allow outdoor dining anywhere in town. I mean, that would be a council initiated ordinance that we could do one day, because it has been so successful, like you said. And yeah, I love it.
Would that require planning commission?
Mm-hmm.
So it would be a fairly long process, not a long process, but a process that wouldn't occur overnight.
Right, but
and we should probably start planning on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like your idea. That sounds good. Yeah. All right. I think, where are we on that? All right. Yep, I think we're ready for the next item, Joanne. Thank you.
Yes, next item is the city attorney report.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I've got nothing more to report tonight. Thank you.
I have Mayor Pro Tem, if I may.
Yes, what item are you referring to?
The city attorney report. I want to discuss something during the city attorney report.
Sure, sure, fine, please.
So one of the things I think we really need to look at is, BB&K has been with us for 5 years. As it relates to the toll road, they have played a vital role in protecting the city from the toll road. But I do think, and other things, sober living, short-term living units, all those things. But I really believe we need, in the interest of transparency, and Chris warned me not to talk about protecting the taxpayer, but in the interest of transparency and advocacy for the taxpayer, I think it's time for us to do an audit of these legal bills since BB&K has been our city attorney, and do an assessment of what we have spent, what we have accomplished. Has the billing been fair? Has the billing been unfair? Would there have been other options to have taken? And there are people who do this type of review, and so my motion is for an audit and an assessment of our legal bills for the past 5 years.
Gene, can I jump in here?
Sure, go ahead.
I was going to say you'd need to agendize that for another meeting.
No. I mean,
if you have a second.
I apologize. I'm looking for a second for that.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. To have that discussion.
I figured you're going to ask.
Go ahead. Please.
Sorry, I'll just go. So, Gene, I hear what you're saying. I think those are all great points. The only modification I'd make, and I'm hoping I get support for that, is one of the things you threw in there was, were there other options we could have taken? I can tell you firsthand, through the last 8 years, there were decisions that were made by council, of which I was a part of the affirmative vote in terms of legal discussions, and there were decisions that I was part of the opposition that was not successful. And so I don't know that looking back at options we could have taken are necessary, because those are just opinions of previous councils. So everything else, I think I'm on board with, but if you want to modify it to exclude...
Yeah, I'll modify it for that discussion. And Chris, that's fair, because the one thing I don't want it to be is Monday morning quarterbacking.
Exactly. But everything else is spot on. I think it's a great idea. I think it's been a long time coming. So I will, with that modification, I'll second it for agenda.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. City Clerk?
Yes.
Real quick, if I can just interrupt 1 second.
Yes.
Hold on, Joanne. I know that our new policy only requires 2 people to make a motion to get on the agenda, but I'd actually like to have some staff time involved in this. So if we could take a vote and get a majority of council to support it, so that way we have staff time included on the agenda report, that'd be great.
I don't think that's necessary. We need to bring this back first.
I believe it is necessary. Clarified previously that 2 people can put something on the agenda, but if you want staff time involved, it's going to take consensus of the majority of council. So I prefer there to be actual consensus of council so we can get some detailed information in our agenda.
Okay, please cite the section of the policy. I have it in front of me.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, this is Kathy Ward. I would be the third vote in that, so that's a majority. I think it's wasting time to just agendize it. I'd like to see a staff report. We've done that in years past, and I think we have a council majority here, so I'd like to see a staff report also.
You know, I'd just like to see the policy that says, stipulates that it takes a consensus, because we're here tonight, this isn't agendized, and we need a motion and a second to get something on the agenda. I want to follow the rules here, and I don't see anything that requires a consensus of an item to be agendized anywhere in our policy, as Councilmember Ham had indicated. Do you happen to have an idea where it might be? What page?
Yeah. Well, Laura, you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say it to be agendized. It needed a consensus of council. I said to get staff time and involvement put into it. That's been the practice and implementation of our actual rules. And so we've gone round this with you specifically, and you're the odd person out on this in terms of the majority of council that feels that way. So now that we do have 3 votes, me, Gene, and Kathy, I expect there to be a staff report and an agenda item coming to us at a future meeting.
Well, your practice is not a policy. We have to stick to the policy. You always tell me that. So, but anyway, so we got a motion and a second, so it can be on the next agenda. All right, City Clerk.
Support from the member for staff, so that makes 3. So we will get a staff report as well, not just.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Ham. You're making up the rules. Thank you. All right, City Clerk.
Please stop interrupting, Laura. I give you the courtesy to not interrupt you. I did do it one time this evening. I apologize for that, but I'm going to ask that we have a vote. So we have a motion and a second on the table. Our rules do say when there's a motion and a second that we do take a vote. And so now that 3 council members have asked for a vote, I'd appreciate you, as the chair of this group, taking a vote.
You're violating policy on this one, so I'm going to abstain, but let's go ahead and take a vote. We have a motion by Councilmember James and a second by Councilmember Ham to place an item on the agenda. And deviating from tonight's policy, we're going to take a vote. Councilmember Ham?
So just to clarify, you've just made some false statements there. It's not to get it placed on the agenda, it's to get staff time involved to actually write up a report so we can get some detailed information. I'm an aye for this.
We got an aye. Thank you. Councilmember Ward?
Still speaking, Laura. So that was an aye for the motion that Jean made, not an aye for the nonsense that Laura said after the motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Ham. That's great. Councilmember Ward?
My vote is an aye for the clarification that Councilmember Ham made.
And Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Ferguson is abstaining. So we have a vote of 3-0 to 1. All right. Thank you. All right, City Clerk, we can finally move on.
Okay, the first item under council members, council had requested that I agendize the possibility of expanding the Public Safety Committee to include a representative of the Orange County Fire Authority. So that is agendized, and if you wish to take that action, the staff recommendation is the wording that you could use.
Thank you, City Clerk. Are there any questions for City Clerk or any discussion? No, hearing none. I'm happy to make a motion to adopt the staff recommendation that council approve a modification to the Public Safety Committee's operating regulations to include a representative of the Orange County Fire Authority to serve as an ex officio, non-voting member of the Public Safety Committee. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember James. Let's go ahead and vote. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Oh, I couldn't hear. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember James?
Aye.
Thank you. And Ferguson is an aye. That passes unanimously 4-0.
Okay, and the next item is to enable council to take a position on a resolution that will be considered by the League of California Cities at the 2020 annual conference.
Okay. Did you all have a chance to read the resolution of the General Assembly? I'm happy to be attending we voted at the last meeting to make me the voting delegate and Councilmember Ward the alternate in the event I couldn't make it.
So for discussion, I would say that I would be in favor, I hope the council would be in favor of modifying an amendment to the Communications Decency Act of 1996 that requires social media companies to remove materials which promote criminal activities. I would hope that we would be in favor of that amendment.
Second.
I am. Thank you, Councilmember. Okay. All right. We got a motion by Councilmember Ward, and we have a second by Councilmember James. So we'll go ahead and vote. Councilmember Han?
Aye.
Councilmember
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
Thanks. And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's an aye. So that passes 4-0 unanimously. Thank you. And
and are there any other council items before we move on?
Are we?
Yeah, I've got something.
Comments?
Go ahead, Gene.
Under council member comments, I've got a couple of things that I would like to bring up. Number one, beach hours. I would like to bring that up to agendize in our next meeting. The reason is we're not, two things. We're not consistent with our neighboring beach cities. So consequently, we get a lot of traffic, particularly at T Street, late at night, and even early in the morning. And the additional thing that I learned recently is our beach, and I think the city manager will confirm this. Our beach hours have never been approved by the Coastal Commission. So I'm looking to get a second on that so we can have a discussion next meeting on this.
second your motion or your suggestion for that item, Councilmember James. I'll second that. Okay, great. Any other council comments?
Yeah, Gene, this is Chris.
Yeah.
I know you said you had more items. I just want to ask you to delay placing that on the agenda.
Sure.
Okay.
Have you had a discussion with staff in depth about this?
I spoke with I have not in depth, but I have had that discussion. My understanding that we need to get that approved. It's never been approved by the Coastal Commission. Is that true?
Yeah, there's some interesting backstory to some of the stuff that staff might be able to talk to you about offline. And so I would ask you just delay it for agendizing it until next meeting. And if you're still comfortable, then make that same motion.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion. I'll study it with staff and come back and make a motion at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the input. I'll withdraw my second. Thank you for that input, Councilmember Ham. That's great. All right, any other council member comments?
Yeah, Gene, you had other items, right?
No, I'm good. That's the only one I have.
Great.
Okay. I just have a real quick report. As the DBA rep, I participated in a meeting with a good amount of our downtown restaurants, and they expressed their support for all the things we're doing for outdoor dining and to be more business friendly in the downtown. They expressed some record sales they've had over this past summer, and they also expressed neighboring businesses that are not food and beverage sales also having record sales due to the outdoor dining and the attraction that brings as well. So they just wanted to relay their support to the rest of council and say thank you very much.
Nice. Thank you, Councilmember Ham. Any other comments from council?
Madam President, this is Councilmember Ward.
Please.
So I would just like to comment that during this COVID crisis, we have gotten several emails along the way where our staff has really gone above and beyond and helped businesses come forward where they could be outside. We have exercise gyms that are having an issue where they can't have the gym inside, and they're asking to use our public right-of-way. And I think our Parks and Recreation and our city manager staff, our executive staff, are all doing a great job in trying to implement changes that are temporary in nature for now, because certainly everybody wants to go back into their building. But I think the city staff has really been implementing what the council intended, and that was to get our city through this COVID crisis as best as we could and protecting everyone that we could. And I just want to commend the staff on that. And I appreciate the engineering and public works and building, all of that. If you go into city council, or I'm sorry, if you go into city hall, you see all of the plans that are stacked up that are waiting and being processed by our staff. I took some pictures and I neglected to get them to staff to be able to show them to the public. But we have quite a lot that's going on. And we are contacted by the contractor association, building association, and they're saying, please don't stop building during this crisis. The subcommittee's never stopped. We have been processing permits and building, and you've seen the different construction going on. It hasn't been stopped in our city, and it's been successful. And I just want to commend staff on everything that they're doing, working in shifts to make sure that we don't spread COVID. If we do have an outbreak, that we can still keep operations going. And I just want to commend staff on that and say that the council really appreciates it, and you make us all look good, that we are trying to keep the city going. So good job on all of our staff's part.
Very nice. Thank you, Councilmember Ward. I agree.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could just one more comment I'd like to make.
Councilmember
That is, I hate wearing a mask. Absolutely hate wearing a mask. And I forget to put it on, and my wife gives me hell, and I hate wearing this mask, and I don't even know if the science even backs it up. But what I do know is many people feel safer with me wearing the mask, or all of us wearing a mask. And our retailers and our shopkeepers and our restaurants need us to support them in wearing the mask. And I just ask everyone to be considerate and understand others, why they want us to wear a mask. Granted, the death rate with COVID is low and getting lower. However, it's a hell of a disease, and it leaves some people with some lingering organ failure, and there's a lot of reasons why we should wear a mask, and I forget about it all the time, and I don't mind being corrected. I walk back to my truck to get my mask, and I'm just asking everyone to be considerate of everyone else. Thank you very much.
Councilmember James. All right. Secret?
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the second reading of Ordinance 1702 relating to human trafficking.
I move that we adopt Ordinance 1702 entitled Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending Title 5 and 17 of the San Clemente Municipal Code, Zoning Amendment 20-069 to deter human trafficking activity, clarify existing provisions, and correct erroneous text.
Second.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Ham made the motion. Councilmember James seconded. Let's vote. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. That passes unanimously 4-0.
And the next is the second reading of Ordinance 1703, which authorizes an amendment to the contract between the city and CalPERS.
I move that we adopt Ordinance number 1703 entitled Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, authorizing an amendment to the contract between the City Council of the City of San Clemente and the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System.
Thank you, Councilmember Ham. Councilmember James seconded it. All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Ham and a second by Councilmember James. Let's vote. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Councilmember James?
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson's an aye. That passes 4-0 unanimously. Thank you. And do we have a motion for adjournment?
Okay.
I move to adjourn to an adjourned regular meeting to be held on September 2nd, 2020 at 6 p.m. for the purpose of meeting, and a joint study session with the Planning Commission meeting will take place via teleconference. The next regular council meeting scheduled to take place on September 15th, 2020. Closed session will be considered at 5 p.m. The regular business meeting will commence at 6 p.m. The meeting will take place via teleconference.
Second.
Okay. All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Ham and a second by Councilmember James, and we'll vote. Councilmember Ward?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Ham?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember James?
Aye.
Thank you. And I'm an aye. That passes 4-0. We'll see you on September 2nd at 6 p.m. Thank you all for joining us.